West Bank turning bloody now.
Yes, and a new word that Palestinians haven't heard in years, a curfew at the Nur Shams refugee camp, where medics are finding it difficult to reach the wounded and possibly the dead. So we're hearing from locals inside the camp that they're unable to count the dead. So far, the Palestinian Health Ministry has announced that 5 Palestinians have been killed in Tul Karim area alone after Israeli forces raided the refugee camp since the early hours of Monday. They've been turning homes into military posts, destroying roads. There's no electricity, no water inside the camp. So we're talking about basically a total isolation of the camp, where Palestinians are still trying to get to their dead and to their wounded. So we are expecting the numbers to rise as we speak now, and as Palestinian medics are trying to get inside the camp and assess the situation. Let's not forget that this is not the first time that the Israeli forces raid the Nur Shams refugee camp, because we've seen them do so before. We were there just in late September, and we've seen the Israeli forces bulldozing also through roads. There are dozens of armed Palestinians there in the camp, and we believe that Israeli forces are trying to target them. But as we've seen from early pictures from within the refugee camp itself, some of those who were killed were not involved in the fighting. A 16-year-old has been shot, and when his father tried to help him, he was shot as well. The father made it, but the son did not. So we're talking about a very tense situation that is unfolding now in Tul Karim.
And Nida, talk to us about how the anger, the protests are shaping up across the West Bank and beyond.
Well, let's not forget that Palestinians here in the occupied West Bank need Israeli military permits that are almost impossible to get to be able to see their fellow Palestinians in the besieged Gaza Strip. So they are geographically separated, and separated by the fact that they fall under one military occupation. So you can imagine the amount of frustration. Some people have families in Gaza, and they cannot even get a chance to check on them, to call them, because of the problems and the communications issues that are facing Palestinians there. So there's a lot of anger. But also, you talk about Palestinians here in the occupied West Bank, whose situation is probably a little bit better, because when we talk about the death toll, yes, the death toll in the occupied West Bank is less than that in the besieged Gaza Strip. But when you talk about the Israeli measures, they are so similar. You're talking about Palestinians who are saying that their lands are being taken, that they're being targeted with an excessive use of force by Israeli forces. So there's a lot of similarities between the way the Israeli forces are dealing with the Palestinians in their different geographical locations. So you can imagine how that makes Palestinians feel. And also, since the beginning of the war, Palestinians would tell you that the amount of arrests of Palestinians have tripled. The amount of killings has increased. 73 Palestinians so far have been killed just since October the 7th. And we've been already saying before this current escalation that the Palestinians have had their deadliest year here in the occupied West Bank in 2 decades. So you can imagine that 70 people or more have been killed just in a span of less than 2 weeks. And in the whole year, we had 200 Palestinians. So we are looking at an intense situation. And with the raids that are ongoing in different locations in the occupied West Bank, tension is still mounting.
All right, thanks so much, Nida Ibrahim, reporting to us from the West Bank. Now, Israeli forces have arrested 120 Palestinians on Thursday. Since the start of the war, more than 850 have been detained from the occupied West Bank. Qadura Faris is the head of the Palestinian Prisoners Commission. At a press conference in Ramallah, he explained the conditions of detainees in Israeli prisons.
The situation is worsening. Prisoners are being starved and given less water, and they've not been given any medicines, particularly those with chronic illnesses that require regular treatment, which puts their lives in danger. Worse yet, in the past days, physical assaults are becoming more frequent, and axe and shovel handles are being used to beat prisoners. Many prisoners have broken limbs now, hands and legs. Some couldn't recognize their own faces in a mirror. because of the swelling and the bruising caused by the beatings. The humiliation, the insults, the tightening of handcuffs to hurt prisoners, the naked search are all across the prisons, but mainly in Naqab, which is turning into another Abu Ghraib.
Flora Hassan Nahums, the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, joins us live from West Jerusalem. Good to have you with us. So today, 7 children, members of the Bakri family, were killed by an Israeli airstrike overnight. Do you condemn the killing of Palestinian children by Israeli forces?
I think any child that dies in the process of war is tragic. They didn't do anything. But I feel very, very aggrieved at the 200 hostages that Hamas have who are victims of a war crime. One thing is war, and things happen not purposefully. The Israeli army does not target Palestinian children. Unfortunately, Hamas uses them as human shields and puts them in strategic places so that they can say, look what the Israelis did. But Hamas, the terrorist genocidal group run by Iran, they actually purposely target children and women, raping women, beheading babies. And let me tell you what we found today, an autistic 14-year-old
I do have to jump in. I'm sorry, I do need to jump in because you haven't answered the question, Fleur. I didn't ask you about what Hamas is doing. Let me repeat. I'm not asking you whether it's tragic. Let me just, this is how an interview works, Fleur. Let me pose the question to you, please. Do you condemn the Israeli military's killing of 7 children of the al-Bakri family? I'm not asking you if you think it's tragic. I'm not asking you how you feel about Hamas's attacks. We have condemned, and I've given very hard interviews on October the 8th to Hamas officials, but I'm asking you to answer the question. Do you condemn the killing of 7 children, yes or no?
I think it's tragic that 7 children died today. It doesn't matter who they are, whether they're Palestinian or Israeli.
So
yes.
Viewers will notice, Fleur, that you are not condemning the Israeli military's killing of 7 children. How would you respond to those who say, well, let me finish the question, Fleur. Let me finish the question. How would you? No, I haven't finished the question. Please, this is how a conversation works. How would you respond to those who will say that by failing to condemn what international, let me read to you a statement by Amnesty International concerning the killings of children. It says on October the 19th, it's saying, okay, we'll come to whether they're neutral or not. They're saying, quote, they're concerned about violations of international humanitarian law by Israeli forces in Gaza. They go on to reference airstrikes, pounding residential buildings, killing children. They are blaming Israeli forces, not Hamas, not human shields, for killing Israeli children, Palestinian children. By not recognizing that, how do you respond to those who say you're not giving the same value to Palestinian babies and children as you are to Israelis?
That's not true. And let me tell you what the difference is. When you're condemning means that somebody went and purposefully did something. The Israeli army does not purposely go to kill children. Unfortunately, children and adults and all people can be the casualties of war. There's a difference between being a casualty of war, which is tragic, and going and purposefully targeting children. And that I would condemn whoever did that.
So what you're then telling viewers, Fleur, is you've dismissed Amnesty as not neutral.
Yes, I've dismissed Amnesty
let me finish, please, Fleur. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, Fleur. You must let me ask the question, please. So what you're saying to viewers is that what B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights organization, says when it talks about a criminal policy of revenge is underway in its October the 10th statement, by giving an order to prefer, quote, to prefer damage over precision has been carried out and saying this constitutes, quote, war crimes openly ordered by top Israeli officials. Are you saying also B'Tselem are wrong and they don't know
Yes.
how to assess the
Categorically.
situation?
Categorically, they're wrong because
Okay.
we warn people. We warn the people of northern Gaza to move to southern Gaza specifically and precisely because we know that the Hamas infrastructure, there's a whole city underground full of weapons, full of rocket launchers. And because we didn't want innocent civilians in harm's way, we asked them to move out of the way. So yes, I condemn Amnesty International, which everybody knows is biased and corrupt to its core, and B'Tselem, who've lost their marbles.
Okay, we'll leave the viewers to judge that. I'm wondering, do you also then condemn as biased and lost their marbles 48 UN experts who say, quote, in a statement, "We strongly condemn Israel's indiscriminate military attacks against the already exhausted Palestinian people of Gaza. There is no justification for violence that indiscriminately targets innocent civilians, whether by Hamas or Israeli forces. This is absolutely prohibited under international law and amounts to a war crime." Are you telling viewers Amnesty is wrong, B'Tselem has lost its marbles, and the 48 UN experts are also biased and wrong?
Well, all you have to do is look at the UN schools in Gaza and the West Bank to know
Fleur,
that
you're not answering the
UN
question.
curriculum-
You're not answering
Well,
the question,
I'm
Fleur.
trying to- well,
You're not
well,
answering the question. Please answer the question.
You're not letting me answer. You're not letting me answer the question and get to my point. What I'm saying is, how can I hold UN so-called experts to any type of expert opinion when they are managing a curriculum that teaches hatred and how to kill Jews, anti-Semitic, and completely obsessed with the right of return, which is the destruction of Israel? These are the same UN experts.
So your answer is that they are fanatics because they believe in a right of return
I never
for
use the word
Palestinians?
fanatics.
Okay,
I never-
you're
Yes,
okay. You're
the right
discrediting
of
them
return
because
for
all right.
Palestinians,
Perhaps
yes, the right of
okay,
return
let me ask
Palestinians
you,
means
Fleur.
the destruction of the state of Israel. Let me ask you something. Do you believe in the right of existence of the state of Israel?
Okay, this is how an interview works, Fleur. I ask
Why
you
don't
questions.
you answer the question?
Uh,
Do you
the-
believe? What's the point? What's the point of you
Okay.
interviewing me when you don't even believe in my right to exist?
I've never said that, of course, and everything. If you go
Well, I'm
back,
asking you the question. Do you believe in
very
Israel's
easily,
right to
I
exist?
believe you have a right to exist, and that is not up for discussion. I've answered your question very simply and clearly. I haven't danced
Okay.
around it
Some
by
of those
referencing
experts that you talk about
school
don't.
curriculum. You've got to let me speak. This is how an interview works. Would you also say Human Rights Watch is wrong when they said in their statement on October the 9th, Israeli authorities cutting off electricity to Gaza amounts to unlawful collective punishments, which is a war crime? Are they wrong?
Well, first of all, what you have to ask yourself is why doesn't Hamas have its own electricity grid? Why has it been 21 years since we left Gaza in 2005?
Of course, Fleur, you're still not answering the
They
question.
said,
Is it a
why
war
don't-
crime?
Or why don't Egypt help them out? No,
Fleur,
it's not
is it a war crime? It's not a war crime, all right?
No,
What
it's not
do
a
you
war crime.
make of the United Nations Special Rapporteur who said, quote, Israel has imposed upon Palestine an apartheid reality in a post-apartheid world? Has he lost his marbles?
Well, let's talk about what apartheid actually is, because I think this word is kind of thrown around willy-nilly, and it actually, I think, insults the South African
So the
people
UN
who
doesn't know
went
what
to the
apartheid is,
real
Fleur?
apartheid system. Yes, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank are autonomous to 94% of the people living in the West Bank. In 2005, Israel left the Gaza Strip in the hope that the Palestinians would have an autonomous region that they could build into a state. And
Fleur,
instead of
you're
building
saying
it
to
into
viewers
what
the
could have been
UN doesn't
Dubai,
know what
they built
apartheid
it
is.
into Beirut. They built it. No, apartheid means different rules in the same country. We're not the same country. Gaza is no longer Israeli territory. The West Bank is not Israeli territory. It's under the Palestinian Authority. And the only reason we have security forces around Area A and Area B is to protect ourselves from the terrorist hubs that exist in the autonomous Palestinian Authority territory. That's a fact, and that's the truth.
So you're saying the UN doesn't know what apartheid is, Fleur? Perhaps I could read to you what Amnesty International has said. Hang on, let me finish the question. October the 7th, Amnesty International says that Israel has a horrific track record of committing war crimes. The root causes of these repeated cycles of violence must be addressed. It references the 16-year illegal blockade on Gaza and, quote, all other aspects of Israel's system of apartheid imposed on Palestinians. Do you think that the apartheid, the occupation, the siege
There's no apartheid.
is not...
Stop throwing around a word that is inaccurate. Apartheid is a specific word for
Amnesty
South
is
Africa
wrong and
for
inaccurate.
different rules for black and white people. It's not an accurate, it's a lazy term. And you can ask a South African who lived through apartheid whether he thinks what we have here is apartheid. Let me tell you what we have here. 20% of the population of the state of Israel are Arab Israelis. Full citizens. Ask them if they live in an apartheid state. They don't. What we then have is a Palestinian Authority that wanted to be autonomous, that is in charge of 94% of its people, that of course don't govern very well, are extremely corrupt. And then you have Gaza, where we haven't been since 2005, with a genocidal terrorist regime. They could have built Dubai, they built Beirut. That's what happened in Gaza. And it's a shame for the people of Gaza. And they're the pawns, not just of Hamas, they're also the pawns of Iran. And that's the tragedy here.
Okay, so we're going to end it there. Of course, you still haven't answered the question of whether you're willing to condemn the Israeli strikes that are killing Israeli children. But unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there. We'll leave it for viewers. We'll leave it for viewers to decide. Thank you very much, Fleur Hassan Nahum. Now, the United Nations has warned of the lack of clean and safe water in Gaza. The enclave receives its supply from pipelines from Israel, desalination plants and wells. But after the Hamas attack, Israel cut off its water, fuel and electricity. Laura Khan reports on how Gaza has long been affected by Israel's control of its resources.
Gaza has been under a land, sea and air blockade for 16 years, which includes control of its resources. And in this besieged coastal enclave, water is running out fast. Israel has long sold Gaza fresh water transported through numerous pipelines, but turned off the taps after Hamas launched its attack on October the 7th. The UN says water production from municipal groundwater sources in Gaza is less than 5% of what it was before the war. Philippe Lazzarini, head of the UN Agency for Palestinians, has warned Gaza is running out of water and Gaza is running out of life. Access to drinking water has long been a challenge for the people of Gaza. Before the war, officials in the region were unable to provide enough water for everyone. The enclave relies on the lower section of a shallow coastal aquifer for its groundwater. And because of overpumping, much of the water has been polluted. There were 3 major desalination plants that provided 7% of the water supply. They're now out of service. Blocked fuel, which is desperately needed to restart pumping and treatment plants. And now water trucking operations have come to a halt because of lack of fuel and roads blocked with debris. And while bottled water is largely unavailable, small desalination plants have become the main suppliers of clean drinking water. UN staff in Gaza are now rationing water to 1 litre a day for each person, which does not meet the 2 to 4 litres a day recommended by scientists just for hydration. And this is the result, people desperately relying on unsafe tap water from the only aquifer which is contaminated with sewage and seawater. Laura Khan, Al Jazeera.
Well, Roy Yellen is the Director of Public Outreach at the non-profit Israeli Information Center for Human Rights, better known as B'Tselem, joins us now from Tel Aviv. Good to have you with us, sir. Let me start with some points. I was speaking earlier to the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. Is it allowed under international law to carry out the sort of airstrikes we're seeing in a heavily densely populated part of the world with the claim that, well, the civilians are too intermixed with Hamas. Hamas are using them as human shields. What's your understanding of international law on that?
Well, it's absolutely prohibited by international law to target civilians. That should be like the very, very basic notion of everyone in this really like horrific scenes that we're witnessing since last Saturday. That was something that Hamas purposefully violated when it entered Israel and slaughtered hundreds of innocent civilians. But unfortunately, also Israel is enacting a policy of bombing densely populated areas, buildings that are meant for housing, killing entire families in the process. Now,
Roy, let me jump in and ask you, this is what supporters of the current Israeli government's policy would say. What other choice do we have? Many Israeli innocent civilians were killed on October the 7th, and Israel must respond. There is no other option available other than this.
There are other options, and this is the duty of humanity to find other options. This kind of like eye for an eye policy is not the right way to go. It makes everybody criminally culpable for destruction and just feeding the cycle of violence with more and more blood. It's absolutely prohibited to target civilians. It's an unfortunate byproduct of war that sometimes civilians are harmed. But that's only after making very, very careful analysis of the military objective that is at hand, the proportionality of human loss, and making sure that this is like collateral damage. Unfortunately, on the very, very outset, on the beginning of this retaliation, Israel announced that they don't care about being accurate. They're more interested in being lethal. And this is also what we're witnessing.
Let me jump in, Roy, again and put you the counter-narrative from many Israeli, from Benjamin Netanyahu in the last 48 hours. And he's been saying, we don't seek to kill and harm civilians. That sort of narrative upheld, we saw yesterday, in an address by the US President Joe Biden.
Well, I'm sorry, but saying that you don't mean to do it, but then taking concrete steps that do exactly what you're saying you don't mean to do doesn't cut it. And this is what we're documenting, and this is what the figures are showing us. And also, I have to say that Benjamin Netanyahu has under his belt a few other military operations in the past with the same results, with Israel killing scores of civilians, including children, women, and the elderly. Now, that doesn't, the fact that Hamas is also committing atrocities and war crimes, launching missiles and rockets at Israeli population, does not justify Israel doing the same thing. It's really like a crime doesn't justify a crime, and a wrong can't justify a wrong, and it's simply unacceptable to do that.
Do you call for the International Criminal Court to take some form of action in order to bring accountability for those innocents on both sides, whether they're the innocent Israelis who were killed on October the 7th, or the thousands of Palestinians who've been killed, many of them children, since then?
Well, the International Criminal Court in The Hague is already in this story because we know that the previous prosecutor office referred the question of the authority of the court to investigate crimes that are done in the context of the Israeli occupation of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. And the court said that yes, it has the jurisdiction to do so, and an inquiry has been opened. So it's very, very clear that what goes on now will be investigated. But the question is like if the investigation will be timely and will provide justice to the victims in a way that will also deter future criminal acts from being committed.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for your thoughts on that. Roy Yellen.
Thank you.
Well, many Palestinians in the occupied East Jerusalem say they've been staying home since the war on Gaza began. Israeli officials have increased checkpoints across the city, and some fear arrest if they venture out. Sarah Khairat has this report from the Old City.
I didn't do anything. You asked me for my ID, I showed you my ID.
This is what it's like for Palestinians in Israeli-occupied territories every day of the year. Arbitrary security checks, a daily ordeal, especially for young Palestinian men. But since Hamas's attack on Israelis in the start of the war on Gaza earlier this month, Palestinian movement has been restricted around occupied East Jerusalem.
No photo. No photo.
Palestinians say they're not going out unless they have to avoid arrests, checkpoints and harassment from angry Israelis.
We are careful not to move at night. And the market here at 5 o'clock close, and the movement is very minimal. And even the movements around in Jerusalem and around is minimal also, because the people are staying at home, afraid of, what might happen to them. Especially we are under military act.
Shaken up from an earlier incident with what she describes as an aggressive Israeli police officer, this mother of 7 says she's running errands herself to avoid her family members leaving home.
There is no safety, not for the children, not for the youth, not for the elderly. I'm afraid it will get even worse.
The Old City is usually bustling at this time of the year with the smell of incense and spices in the air. But the tourists have gone, and so have all the pilgrims that would normally be here to visit the holy sites. Now, since the attack by Hamas and the war on Gaza, locals living here now say that they fear for their safety and what's yet to come. Adnan Saeed tells us he feels the situation has worsened for Palestinians already. On Sunday, he was chased by a large group of Israeli settlers while on his way to work at an Israeli supermarket. He says it was the first time that this has ever happened to him.
An Israeli settler shouted, "You're an Arab, an Arab." I ignored him, but he followed me. Then I ran and a group of other settlers chased me. A security guard came over shouting while pointing a gun at my face and forced me to the ground. It was discrimination only because I'm Palestinian.
Adnan says just a few days before this incident, he was also surrounded by a group of Israeli forces during a stop check while in his car before finally being let go. Israeli forces have killed at least 5 Palestinians and made more than 100 arrests in occupied East Jerusalem in less than 2 weeks. And with far-right groups calling on Israelis to attack Palestinians they come across, regardless of age, Palestinians are worried that they'll be collectively punished more than they already have been. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera, occupied East Jerusalem.
Well, Tamer Kharmout is a professor of public policy at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Joins us here live in the studio. Good to have you with us. A lot of attention on the arrival of aid into Gaza. But when I spoke with a representative from the Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, it seemed like a lot of logistics haven't been sorted out in terms of who's going to check the trucks, who's going to physically distribute the aid when it gets through Gaza and so on. Does this look like it's really coming together soon?
Sami, so let me describe to you what's the situation there. I've been in Gaza, I worked for the UN there, and I know exactly like the realities. So you have the crossing border between Egypt and Gaza is not an internationally recognized border. It's not a border that is open 24 hours, and logistic-wise, it's a very small building with a very limited facilities to process people, not to mention goods and services and, big supplies like be it aid or humanitarian supplies. So yes, there are huge operational issues, logistical issues when it comes to the entry of aid. That's from the Egyptian side. From the Palestinian side, bear in mind that now possibly the Palestinians are not there. Well, Hamas governs Gaza Strip. So this will be Hamas police officers running the crossing. They are the one who are supposed to receive aid. So now, if they're not there in the crossing, who's gonna receive the aid? That's number one. Then if Israel and the US threatens and says that any aid is managed by Hamas or goes to Hamas will be stopped immediately, but that's totally nonsense.
So
why?
What is aid going to happen? Or is Gaza going to remain in this dire situation of siege, which
of course
16 years?
It's going to get worse, Sami, because the conditions that Israel is putting on this entrance of aid supplies, it's close to impossible, meaning we don't want any Hamas involvement with receiving it or engaging with it or distributing it. But Hamas is the de facto Palestinian authority that governs the Strip. It governs hospitals, clinics, etc. And the UN has been asked to withdraw from the entire northern part of the Gaza Strip and relocate to south. So basically, it feels like an orchestrated...
Tamer, putting this into perspective, because of course there are a lot of different aid groups operating in Gaza who would be happy to get their hands on aid, not just Hamas, right? But when we look at the comparison, the situation, today is exactly 1 year, October 19th, that we heard the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, talk about another siege. Let's listen in to what she and Antony Blinken had to say about that situation going on in Ukraine.
Yesterday, we saw again Russia's targeted attacks against civilian infrastructure. And this is marking a new chapter in an already very cruel war. The international order is very clear. These are war crimes. Targeted attacks on civilian infrastructure with the clear aim to cut off men, women, children of water, electricity and heating. With the winter coming, these are acts of pure terror.
Over the past several weeks, Russia has bombed out more than a third of Ukraine's energy system, plunging millions into cold, into darkness, as frigid temperatures set in. Heat, water, electricity, for children, for the elderly, for the sick. These are President Putin's new targets. He's hitting them hard. This brutalization of Ukraine's people is barbaric.
Water, electricity for children, for the elderly, exactly the needs that a lot of human rights groups have been talking about, that people in Gaza have been needing for 16 years under siege, that they call an illegal siege. This is a question that comes up in the minds of many people in this part of the world. Why aren't we seeing the same kind of strong language, even until today, when Israel's announced a total siege, from the same Western leaders, some of whom are flying in to see the situation?
Sadly, Sami, because we live in an unfair and unjust world that doesn't look at human beings, regardless of their race, color, or ethnicity, as equal, as people who should be treated like equally. There is no such thing as universal justice, universal human rights, universal values, respect for do no harm policies in aid delivery and conduct, no discrimination. So it's the entire recipe for good aid of conduct that mostly, and in a cynical way, was developed by Western democracies and integrated into the UN system and into major aid operation. They are violating every principle and aspect of these principles. So it's shameful to hear this, of course, and it's an utter hypocrisy to see that the double standards and the way they treat people differently based on their white colors or ethnicity or nationality. So it's of course it's shameful. and I'll stop here.
All right, thank you so much for coming and sharing your thoughts on that, Tamer Qarmoud. Israeli airstrikes have targeted areas close to villages in southern Lebanon. Missiles were fired at Hezbollah positions near Kafr Shoba. Well, Israel has evacuated towns along the border with Lebanon after repeated exchanges of fire. Zaina Khoda reports from southern Lebanon.
Israel's military says it's targeting Hezbollah positions across the border in Lebanon. It's facing a guerrilla war. The Iranian-backed Lebanese armed group has been attacking Israeli military positions along the border, as well as tanks using precision-guided missiles. The warring sides have been trading fire along what has been an active front line since Israel started to attack Gaza more than a week ago. Hezbollah joined the battle after a call by its ally Hamas, but it's very much limiting its response within the rules of engagement established since its last war with Israel in 2006. Israel says it doesn't want to be dragged into war on a second front, but it has threatened to respond forcefully if attacked.
To engage Hezbollah in a full-scale war, it's a very risky thing. It is not popular among the Lebanese population first, and it has to have a green light from the Iranian regime because that might create a new dynamics in the Middle East altogether. So a decision of that scale, it has to be cleared by both the Iranian leadership and maybe the Syrians as well.
Hezbollah has said it's not neutral in the conflict. Its backer, Iran, has repeatedly warned of a war that would engulf the whole region if attacks against Gaza continue. But the so-called axis of resistance hasn't said what their red line is, except that Gaza will not fall. In other words, Hamas will not fall. A decision by Hezbollah to enter the war with its full military capabilities could depend on how long its ally can sustain Israeli attacks on its own. Iran and its allies across the region are now focusing their anger on the U.S. administration. They say it has given Israel free rein to carry out war crimes against the Palestinians. Since then, there have been reports of attacks on the U.S. military presence in Iraq and Syria.
And it exerts on Americans additional pressure to tell them that, if this war happens, it will not be in any way a conventional war. It will have no limits, no borders, and attacks on Israel and its backers can be from anywhere.
For the time being, there is heated rhetoric while all sides appear to be weighing the risks and benefits of confrontation. But what appears to be shaping up is a protracted cross-border war of attrition. Zaina Khoda, Al Jazeera, Southern Lebanon.
Well, let's just recap our top stories. At this point, hundreds of Israeli airstrikes have been launched in the Gaza Strip. It's day 13 of the bombardment of Gaza. Residential buildings have been hit. Dozens of people have been killed. 7 children from one family alone were killed in Khan Yunis. Well, that takes the total number of Palestinians killed to more than 3,700. Meanwhile, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is visiting Israel in a show of solidarity. He's stressed the need to provide humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza. He goes on next to visit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. At least 9 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank. The Israeli military has raided multiple locations, including Nur Shams refugee camp in Tulkarm. Well, that brings us now towards the end of this show. As we go out, we're going to bring you some live pictures coming in from Gaza. A relative rare moment where the skyline is not clouded in plumes of thick smoke. But these moments, of course, follow very bloody hours overnight and great fear about, as usual, what sunset will bring for the people of Gaza. We're back in another couple of minutes with another full show. And of course, there's always our website for you to stay up to date on, aljazeera.com. You can find all the stories we've been telling you about there. The situation with the recent bombings in Gaza, the loss of human life in Gaza, as well, of course, more than 1,400 Israelis who've lost their lives in the conflict. We're back in a couple of minutes, so do stay with us.
From intimate moments to major social changes, from man's impact on the planet to the impact of man on himself.
30 years with depression, and it's really hard to give yourself love.
Witness award-winning films from around the world on Al Jazeera.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
The sights and sounds of Chuseok, a mid-autumn harvest festival, fill the air in Seoul, also known as the Korean Thanksgiving. It's also a time for honoring ancestors. Imjingat Park is dedicated to families separated by the Korean War. Nearly 134,000 people had registered with the Unification Ministry in the late 1980s for state-arranged family reunion events with North Korea. The last event was in 2018, and there's little hope one will be held soon. Chuseok remains a bittersweet time for separated families, a reminder of everyone they had to leave behind.
Israel bombards Gaza once again as Palestinians in the besieged enclave struggle with no water, electricity or fuel. I'm Sami Zaidan. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha with special coverage of the war on Gaza. 4 hospitals are out of commission in Gaza as Israel continues its airstrikes in the south of the besieged strip. The UK Prime Minister has been to Israel.
Support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law, to go after Hamas, to take back.
The UK Prime Minister has been to Israel to show solidarity with his Israeli counterpart. He's expected next in Saudi Arabia.
I didn't do anything. You asked me for my ID. I showed you my ID. You need something else?
And we examine the life of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, where they face arrests, checkpoints and harassment by Israelis. After nearly 2 weeks of relentless Israeli attacks and a complete blockade of Gaza, cutting off its water, electricity and food supplies, an agreement has been reached to allow some humanitarian aid into the besieged enclave. US President Joe Biden says 20 trucks will be permitted to go into Gaza from the Rafah crossing with Egypt, possibly from Friday. The deal was reached during his visit to Israel and after talks with Egypt's president. Israel says the agreement is conditional on the aid supplies not reaching Hamas. Well, the agreement comes as Israel intensified its bombing campaign overnight into Wednesday. Its airstrikes hit multiple locations in Gaza, including Rafah, near the border with Egypt. In West Rafah, a home and its surrounding area was targeted, killing 33 Palestinians, including children. Funerals have been held for those killed in an Israeli airstrike on Khan Yunis, that's in the south of Gaza, on Wednesday. At least 9 people were killed, including 7 children, in the bombing of the al-Bakri family home. Children continue to face extraordinary threats, with more than 1,500 killed. Gaza's Ministry of Health is warning more people are expected to die since hospitals are struggling to cope. A spokesman said health facilities had run out of fuel and medical supplies now.
4 complete hospitals are out of service for being directly hit. Al-Hanin, Al-Durra, Al-Karama and the International Ophthalmology Hospital. Hospitals and medical facilities across Gaza strips amid the huge influx of dead bodies and injured persons due to the massacres perpetrated by the Israeli occupation forces, led to the fact that all the remaining functioning facilities are operating at 150% capacities.
Well, in a moment, we'll get more on ongoing diplomatic efforts. But first, the situation on the ground. Let's speak to Safwat Al-Kahlout, who's in Gaza. Safwat, as you join us, we're looking at live pictures coming out of Gaza in which there are huge, once again, huge plumes of smoke. Talk us through what that is.
Well, since midnight, Sami, the Israeli Air Forces intensified their airstrikes in various areas all over the Gaza Strip. The first one started over near midnight in Rafah, killing 33 people in that area. Then the second one was in Khan Yunis, where the al-Bakri family house was targeted directly. 11 family members killed, including 6 children, according to the medical sources. Total that have been killed today, according to the medical sources, are 44 people. Still, we could see now waves of people coming from the south to north and vice versa now. Now the people from the north are returning to the south because of the heavy bombardment or heavy airstrike that the Israeli Air Forces have been carrying overnight. Now we could hear the Israeli artillery even firing their tank shells across the border line in the eastern side of the Gaza Strip.
And Safwat, we've heard that hospitals are going out of service. What does that mean for Palestinians going forward, civilians, children who are injured in these Israeli strikes?
After 2 weeks of Israeli war, all of the Gaza hospitals, including even the private hospitals who opened their door to receive this big number of injured people, the Gaza hospitals are overwhelmed with the injuries. Now the hospitals or the whole medical system is suffering the entire collapse at all aspects, and in terms of fuel, in terms of electricity, water, medical supplies. Now the doctors in the hospitals, they conduct or they stitch the wounds without anesthesia, which has happened in Gaza. It has never happened in the hospitals of the Gaza Strip. Besides other needs that the hospitals need, including medicine and disposables and the fuel to keep the generators operating. Now the hospitals or the medical health system appealed the owners of the fuel station to donate or to bring every liter of fuel that they could have they could have saved in the past to the hospital to keep these generators operating in order to save the life of the people. Now the health system or the Minister of Health appealed Egypt to open the crossings or specifically Rafah crossing to send this big number of injuries to the Sinai hospitals to receive the proper treatment. Otherwise, according to the Ministry of Health, they will die. The Ministry of Health added that they found 300 earlier today, 300 bodies of dead people under the rubble of the destroyed houses that they were not able to carry them to or to bring them out of the rubble earlier in the previous days.
And Safwat, talking about the arrival of aid through Rafah, US sources have been saying an agreement has been reached. Any sign of when aid might actually make it through Rafah?
Until now, we have not received any official statement by the related organizations, including the United Nations or the Red Cross, one who are supposed to be in charge of delivering or watching this humanitarian aid. But these news are widespread all over the Gaza Strip. We have been receiving many phone calls from friends and from relatives to check whether these news are true or not. The people received this news positively. We told them that all what we know is that the crossing could be open tomorrow. We learned that the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, is expected to arrive to the Rafah crossing tomorrow to monitor the delivery of the humanitarian aid. Hundreds of tons of the humanitarian aid have been arriving at Al Arish, at the Egyptian side of Rafah crossing, from the beginning or since the beginning of the Israeli war in Gaza, and from Jordan, from Turkey, from Arab Emirates, and from other countries. And they had been waiting the Israeli approval to let this humanitarian aid in. People received this positively, and they hope that this could be a sign of a future ceasefire, so can people return to their homes or at least meet the basic needs for their families.
All right. We'll leave it there. Thanks so much, Safwat Al-Kahlout. Well, Britain's Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has met his Israeli counterpart in West Jerusalem. Sunak described the Israeli strike on the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza as a watershed moment. He's pushing for humanitarian aid to be delivered to Gaza as soon as possible. Sunak is due to arrive in Saudi Arabia shortly.
We also recognise that the Palestinian people are victims of Hamas too. And that is why I welcome your decision yesterday that you took to ensure that routes into Gaza will be opened for humanitarian aid to enter. I'm glad that you made that decision. We will support it. We're increasing our aid to the region, and we will look to get more support to people as quickly as we can. The last thing for me to close on is this. You describe this as Israel's darkest hour. Well, then it's for me to say I'm proud to stand here with you in Israel's darkest hour. As your friend, we will stand with you in solidarity, we will stand with your people, and we also want you to win.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is in occupied East Jerusalem, joins us from there. So I understand Rishi Sunak and Benjamin Netanyahu just held a press conference. What did they have to say?
Sami, Rishi Sunak expressed staunch solidarity with Israel. He also reiterated the UK's position that Israel has the right to defend itself. But he said that that should be done in line with international law. It's interesting because while he said that, he did not address the fact that Israel has cut off fuel, food, and water to the Gaza Strip. Many people would consider that to be in breach of international law. Now, in that presser, he also said that Israel has gone through something that no country, no people should have to endure. Mr. Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu, said in that presser, "This is our darkest hour. That means that this is a long war and we'll need your continuous support," clearly indicating that Netanyahu is aware of the fact that Israel will continue to face a lot of international criticism in the days to come, and that he wants to make sure that the support that he has seen from Western leaders like Sunak, like U.S. President Joe Biden, that will continue, that will not melt away. Now, Sunak also talked about the importance of having humanitarian aid delivered into Gaza. He also reiterated the fact that Britain would like to see its nationals, those dual citizens that are stuck in Gaza, that he would like them to be able to cross from the Rafah crossing into Egypt. And we also heard from Netanyahu and Sunak that they need to try and prevent any regional escalation in the conflict. Sami?
Now, Mohammed, at the same time as there's a lot of talk about getting aid in, the question is, did Rishi Sunak get any guarantees? Are the Israelis giving any guarantees that the airstrikes will stop, well, at least while the aid's being delivered?
Well, Sami, nothing along those lines was stated publicly, but it seems that it's fairly certain that Sunak and that President Biden and that others would have put pressure or are putting pressure on Netanyahu and other officials in Israel to ensure that while aid is being delivered, airstrikes are not continuing to be carried out on the Gaza Strip. This is something that these Western leaders are very worried about. They want to continue to stress that aid should be delivered. They don't want to see airstrikes happening. They certainly don't want to see any aid convoys potentially targeted by Israel as they might be attempting to deliver aid, because they are also keenly aware that there is mounting pressure on them from many people in their public, in their countries, as far as what's going on in Gaza. So right now, no public indication that Israel has agreed not to strike the Gaza Strip while aid is being delivered. But there's a lot of other questions right now, too. Many estimate that the earliest any aid could be delivered into Gaza would be tomorrow. And it's unclear yet if that is actually a realistic expectation at this point. Sami?
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much, Mohammed Jamjoom. Well, earlier I spoke to the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem, Fleur Hassan Nahum. I began by asking her if she condemned the killing of 7 children in an Israeli airstrike.
I think any child that dies in the process of war is tragic. They didn't do anything. But I feel very, very aggrieved at the 200 hostages that Hamas have who are victims of a war crime. One thing is war, and things happen not purposefully. The Israeli army does not target Palestinian children. Unfortunately, Hamas uses them as human shields and puts them in strategic places so that they can say, look what the Israelis did. But Hamas, the terrorist genocidal group run by Iran, they actually purposely target children and women, raping women, beheading babies. And let me tell you what we found today, an autistic 14-year-old
I do have to jump in. I'm sorry, I do need to jump in because you haven't answered the question, Fleur. I didn't ask you about what Hamas is doing. Let me repeat. I'm not asking you whether it's tragic. Let me just, this is how an interview works, Fleur. Let me pose the question to you, please. Do you condemn the Israeli military's killing of 7 children of the al-Bakri family? I'm not asking you if you think it's tragic. I'm not asking you how you feel about Hamas's attacks. We have condemned, and I've given very hard interviews on October the 8th to Hamas officials, but I'm asking you to answer the question. Do you condemn the killing of 7 children, yes or no?
I think it's tragic that 7 children died today. It doesn't matter who they are, whether they're Palestinian or Israeli.
So
yes.
Viewers will notice, Fleur, that you are not condemning the Israeli military's killing of 7 children. How would you respond to those who say, well, let me finish the question, Fleur. Let me finish the question. How would you? No, I haven't finished the question. Please, this is how a conversation works. How would you respond to those who will say that by failing to condemn what international, let me read you a statement by Amnesty International concerning the killings of children. It says on October the 19th, it's saying, okay, we'll come to whether they're neutral or not. They're saying, quote, they're concerned about violations of international humanitarian law by Israeli forces in Gaza. They go on to reference airstrikes, pounding residential buildings, killing children. They are blaming Israeli forces, not Hamas, not human shields, for killing Israeli children, Palestinian children. By not recognizing that, how do you respond to those who say you're not giving the same value to Palestinian babies and children as you are to Israelis?
That's not true. And let me tell you what the difference is. When you're condemning means that somebody went and purposefully did something. The Israeli army does not purposely go to kill children. Unfortunately, children and adults and all people can be the casualties of war. There's a difference between being a casualty of war, which is tragic, and going and purposefully targeting children. And that I would condemn whoever did that.
Israeli forces have killed 9 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank on Thursday. The military raided multiple locations, including Nur Shams refugee camp in Tulkarm. At least 74 Palestinians have now been killed since October the 7th. Nida Ibrahim reports from Ramallah.
For the first time in years, a Palestinian refugee camp is under Israeli curfew. A raid that began in the early hours of Thursday in Nur Shams near Tulkarm in the north of the occupied West Bank is showing no signs of ending. Israeli forces have declared the area a closed military zone, bulldozing roads, cutting off water and electricity, and turning homes into military posts. This video was filmed in the first hours of the raid. 16-year-old Taha Hamid is shot. His father tries to help him. He too is shot. The father was evacuated. The son bled to death. The Palestinian Red Crescent told Al Jazeera it took paramedics more than 90 minutes to get to Taha, but it was too late.
They're making our job harder. We still can't get into the injured people inside the camp, including children.
Nur Shams refugee camp houses dozens of Palestinian fighters and is regularly targeted by Israeli forces searching for armed groups. But the majority of Palestinians are unarmed. Israeli forces exchange fire with some fighters. Israeli army radio said it targeted a group of fighters with a drone. Palestinians have been killed as a result.
The refugee camp has been undergoing a tough campaign by the Israeli forces. For months now, they've been damaging the infrastructure, arresting people, raiding homes and destroying roads, which increases people's suffering.
More than 120 Palestinians have been arrested in raids across the occupied West Bank, killing and injuring several others.
Palestinians here say they're united in grief with Gaza. 2 funeral processions are making their way through the streets of Ramallah. One is for a 21-year-old Palestinian who has been killed by an Israeli settler after attacking his village. The other is for a 32-year-old Palestinian who was killed in confrontations with Israeli forces.
Arrests too have soared since the beginning of this escalation. The Prisoners' Society says Israeli forces have detained at least 850 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. People here say it's bringing back painful memories of the Second Intifada, when Israelis invaded the occupied West Bank in the early 2000s. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, the occupied West Bank.
Many Palestinians in occupied East Jerusalem say they've been staying home since the war on Gaza began. Israeli officials have increased checkpoints across the city and some fear arrest if they venture out. Sarah Khairat has this report from the Old City.
I didn't do anything. You asked me for my ID, I showed you my ID.
This is what it's like for Palestinians in Israeli-occupied territories every day of the year. Arbitrary security checks, a daily ordeal, especially for young Palestinian men. But since Hamas's attack on Israelis in the start of the war on Gaza earlier this month, Palestinian movement has been restricted around occupied East Jerusalem.
No photo. No photo.
Palestinians say they're not going out unless they have to avoid arrests, checkpoints and harassment from angry Israelis.
We are careful not to move at night. And the market here at 5 o'clock close, and the movement is very minimal. And even the movements around in Jerusalem and around is minimal also, because the people are staying at home, afraid of what might happen to them. especially we are under military act.
Shaken up from an earlier incident with what she describes as an aggressive Israeli police officer, this mother of 7 says she's running errands herself to avoid her family members leaving home.
There is no safety, not for the children, not for the youth, not for the elderly. I'm afraid it will get even worse.
The old city is usually bustling at this time of the year with the smell of incense and spices in the air. But the tourists have gone, and so have all the pilgrims that would normally be here to visit the holy sites. Now, since the attack by Hamas and the war on Gaza, locals living here now say that they fear for their safety and what's yet to come. Adnan Saeed tells us he feels the situation has worsened for Palestinians already. On Sunday, he was chased by a large group of Israeli settlers while on his way to work at an Israeli supermarket. He says it was the first time that this has ever happened to him.
An Israeli settler shouted, "You're an Arab, an Arab." I ignored him, but he followed me. Then I ran and a group of other settlers chased me. A security guard came over shouting while pointing a gun at my face and forced me to the ground. It was discrimination only because I'm Palestinian.
Adnan says just a few days before this incident, he was also surrounded by a group of Israeli forces during a stop check while in his car before finally being let go. Israeli forces have killed at least 5 Palestinians and made more than 100 arrests in occupied East Jerusalem in less than 2 weeks. And with far-right groups calling on Israelis to attack Palestinians they come across, regardless of age, Palestinians are worried that they'll be collectively punished more than they already have been. Sarah Khairat, Al Jazeera, occupied East Jerusalem.
Well, there have been protests around the world in support of the Palestinian people. People in the Philippines have condemned Israel's strike on Al Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza. Crowds held a candlelight vigil in the capital, Manila. Demonstrations also took place in the cities of Quezon and Marawi. South Africa's ruling party, the African National Congress, has long supported the Palestinians. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said Israel's action in Gaza amounted to almost genocide. His comments come as international pressure for a humanitarian corridor into Gaza grows. Famida Miller has more from Johannesburg.
Since the outbreak of the war on Gaza, several protests supporting Palestinians have been held in the South African cities of Johannesburg and Cape Town, where the grandson of anti-apartheid icon and former President Nelson Mandela voiced his support.
Palestinians are counting on each and every one of us to stand and be counted, like they stood side by side with us.
The governing African National Congress, credited with liberating South Africa from an apartheid regime, has for decades supported a 2-state solution and a free Palestine. The Palestine Liberation Organization supported the ANC during its years in exile and Mandela's time in prison. While the government here has expressed regret at the loss of both Palestinian and Israeli lives, the country's history of apartheid continues to guide the ANC's policies.
We've called on the international community, the United Nations, and all other concerned international bodies to make sure that peace is installed in Palestine and that the Israeli government is directed at withdrawing this command of getting people out of the northern part of Gaza, because it is in the end going to amount to almost genocide.
Ramaphosa has called for a peaceful resolution.
In 2017, South Africa downgraded its ties with Israel in response to what it described as human rights abuses against Palestinians. The Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Aledi Pandor, says Israel is illegally occupying Palestinian land. She recently spoke to Hamas leaders and offered humanitarian aid.
But the South African government's stance has been criticized by some pro-Israeli lobby groups, which have reacted with anger.
after the massacre of Hamas on the innocent lives of Israelis in Israel. We've been exceptionally disappointed with the government. They, first of all, they only condemned Israel originally, then they only sent condolences, and then eventually they have condemned Hamas. But I think for us, it's been incredibly concerning that our Minister of Durka, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Naledi Pandor, had a call with Hamas.
Meanwhile, anger and criticism against the Israeli government is growing, with several civil society organizations garnering support for a global anti-apartheid movement. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Johannesburg.
Well, let's take you back to the situation right now. These are live pictures coming in from Gaza City, where we can see plumes of smoke once again rising over Gaza. As always, there's aljazeera.com for you. Weather is next, then it's Inside Story.
Hello there. Here's how it's looking right across Asia on Friday. Quiet for Pakistan, but we could see some showers coming in off the Caspian Sea for Tehran at 23 degrees for sure. More cloud cover in the mix there. Also quiet in India, but I got to point this out. We've got this developing in the Arabian Sea. This could be our first post-monsoon cyclone of the season in the Arabian Sea. So I'm going to put this several days forward. Now on Monday, we could see a potential landfall in southeast Yemen. So we'll keep tabs on that. Meantime, we've got our tropical storm in the Gulf of Tonkin, and it's pretty much just swirling around this area, wringing out its moisture over China's Yunnan province. So quite a bit of rain to come here. Could see some flooding. Meantime, a northerly wind has really knocked back those temperatures in Guangxi province. So Guilin, 19 degrees, that's below average for this time of the year. Then there's this weather maker that's coming crashing into Japan. This is a cold front, so it's going to give us rain, wind, and drop down those temperatures. Already we can see what it's done to the Korean Peninsula, temperatures in the teens. So if I put this a day forward, there's that drop in temperatures for Tokyo, 21, that's below average. And it's our usual showers and storms for both Sumatra Island and Borneo Island. See you later.
U.S. President Joe Biden has reaffirmed Washington's support for Israel a day after hundreds of Palestinians were killed in an Israeli strike on a hospital in Gaza. What's behind steadfast U.S. military and political backing for Israel? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Foliba Thibault. The U.S. has firmly backed Israel during the war it's launched against Gaza, despite an intensifying humanitarian crisis for the 2.3 million Palestinians trapped in the besieged territory. Since Israel's foundation in 1948, the U.S. has been its biggest donor of military aid. It's provided funding and arms in conflicts that have killed thousands of Palestinians and made refugees of millions. Visiting Tel Aviv, U.S. President Joe Biden personally reassured Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of continued support.
Israel, as they respond to these attacks, it seems to me that have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we're going to make sure that occurs.
Well, Biden arrived in Tel Aviv just a day after the worst single attack carried out on Gaza since October the 7th. Here's what he had to say about the hospital strike.
I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there not sure. So we've got to overcome a lot of things.
Well, before we go to our panel, let's speak to Alan Fisher in Tel Aviv. Alan, tell us more about what came out of this meeting between Biden and Netanyahu. Is there any shift at all in the U.S. position?
No, they're fully behind Israel. Certainly, it was Israel's intention after what happened at the hospital in Gaza to convince the Americans that they were not responsible. From Joe Biden's comments, it appears that that wasn't much of a heavy lift, that he'd already decided from what he was gathering, and certainly he has said that the information he got from the Pentagon would suggest that the Israelis were not behind it. He's talked about how his support for Israel is steadfast, how they are fully behind what they're about to do, and as far as taking on Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Certainly, he would like to see some humanitarian aid getting into Gaza. But what is interesting is that in the past, when there have been conflicts in this area, US presidents have tended to use the word restraint, asking both sides to exercise it. That word has not appeared in any statement that Joe Biden has made since he first commented on what happened last Saturday, just hours after the event.
Yeah, he's had very little to say about the Palestinians in those comments. How is this all playing out in the region?
Well, he did say that Hamas was not the Palestinians, that they did not represent the Palestinians, and he's spoken about innocent people getting caught up in the fighting. But people in the region, in the Arab countries, are particularly angry that America seems to have taken Israel's side, particularly with the growing number of bodies piling up in Gaza. There is a concern that he has perhaps been blinded to the fact of the humanitarian crisis and isn't doing enough to deter the Israelis, and that could have long-term implications. We certainly saw there was anger towards Joe Biden when the three Arab leaders, the president of Egypt, the president of the Palestinian Authority, and surprisingly, the King of Jordan, who's a very close US ally, decided to pull out of the meeting with him that was scheduled in Amman after his visit here to Israel. That shows the level of dissatisfaction they are with the US response, not least the fact that Joe Biden was not prepared to call for a ceasefire, and the Arab leaders felt that if they did not do that and were standing next to Joe Biden when he did not do that, they would almost be complicit in what many people think is about to happen.
Alan Fisher in Tel Aviv, thank you. Let's meet our guests in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. We're joined by Dalal Irikat, Assistant Professor of Conflicts Resolution and Diplomacy at the Arab American University. Dalal is also a columnist for Al Quds newspaper. In Washington, D.C. is Khaled El-Gindi, Senior Fellow at the Middle East Institute and author of Blind Spot, America and the Palestinians from Balfour to Trump. And also in Washington, D.C., Phyllis Bennis, a fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies think tank and international advisor to the Jewish Voice for Peace organization. Phyllis, let me start with you in Washington to understand why we've seen a visit of support by President Biden to Tel Aviv, to Israel, even after the massacre at the Al-Ali Baptist Hospital in Gaza, even at a time when the region is boiling. Why? Why is the U.S. so committed in supporting Israel today?
That's a very long story, and we don't have time to go into the history, but I think the question today is the consequences of this visit. This bear hug diplomacy that we've seen so far means that unless there's a public call for a ceasefire, which I do not anticipate we will see, this visit is going to be seen and should be seen as a real endorsement of Israel's continuing attack against Gaza. There are likely to be vague references to urging Israel not to violate international law or expressing some kind of concern for Palestinian civilians. But the reality is that the bombing is continuing. Gaza is still under assault and threatened with a ground invasion. And in that context, the violations of international law are already underway. So what we're seeing here is, as much as anything else, based on U.S. politics. Biden is proving once again his own pro-Israel credentials. And this notion of the extreme one-sidedness, using the language of teams, is just an expression of that. This is not going to work unless there's a call for a ceasefire, if he had any hope of seeing this as winning any level of support in the region or elsewhere.
Khaled, your thoughts? An extraordinary show of support from the Biden administration at a time when the U.S. should be calling for restraint, and the keyword restraint was missing from those comments in Tel Aviv. restraint is something that previous administrations have used on calling for both sides to exercise restraint in past escalations. Why has Biden not done this?
It's actually been quite shocking to me as an analyst who's followed this issue for many years. The absence of calls for a ceasefire, the inability to articulate even an expression of basic human empathy for Palestinians, in addition to the inability to urge, sort of create red lines and urge Israel to show restraint. These are all things that had previously been fairly standard elements of U.S. policy in times of crisis. Even going back to the second Intifada, during the height of the violence at a time when Hamas was blowing up weddings and pizzerias, the U.S. officials, even the president at the time, was able to identify red lines and urge Israel to exercise restraint. We're not seeing any of that right now, and the danger, of course, of giving Israel an effective green light is that we're likely to see more death and destruction.
Why do you think we're not seeing that right now? Are domestic politics also at play here with the election coming up next year?
It's domestic politics, sure, but it's also the person of Joe Biden. He's deeply, personally very committed to Israel. He's expressed that many times, and I think it's sincere, and I don't believe that he's just pandering. Of course, it doesn't hurt in terms of domestic politics, but there's a real inability to see not just Palestinians and their suffering, but even in terms of the long-term consequences of this. I mean, if you look at this rationally, maybe too rationally, and imagine, well, the extraordinary pain and trauma that Palestinians are experiencing right now, and the anger that will turn into, it's hard to see how anyone would imagine that this scale of death and destruction in Gaza would ever bring anything like security for Israel. So there's a kind of suspension even of the ability to reason in the long term.
Dalal, let me get your thoughts on this. Why and what do you make of this unconditional U.S. support for Israel? We heard Biden say in Tel Aviv that he would continue to work with partners across the region. But do they want to work with him? Does Biden's embrace of Israel set him on a collision course with Arab leaders?
Well, I think what we had just seen is another example of the U.S. shielding Israeli war crimes against the Palestinian people. Last night, everybody has watched a massacre against 500 Palestinian civilians, mostly children and women. The least we had expected from Mr. Biden today was a condemnation of the state-organized terror by Israel. As long as the U.S. continues to reward the Israeli war crimes against the Palestinian people, the Israelis will continue with impunity, massacring the Palestinians. One more thing that we have to focus on today, the framing. Biden had tried to mislead the audiences in supporting the Israeli narrative by saying that this is friendly Palestinian fire. I want to remind you of Shireen Abu Akleh's murder. When they massacred Shireen Abu Akleh, they said they had evidence. It is friendly fire. We did not see any evidence. When they labeled 6 Palestinian human rights organizations as terrorists, they said we have evidence. The Israelis always try to spin the realities. They want to mislead the audiences. This is the message. The Palestinians in Gaza are being massacred, genocide, war crimes, forced displacements, and everything is documented. We are living 2023. The whole world is watching. Diplomacy had failed the Palestinian civilians in Gaza. 2.2 million Palestinians, 50% are children. 1 million children are deprived from water, medicine, food, electricity, while the international community is watching. The international community has an obligation under Article 146 of the Geneva Conventions. They have to search for the criminals and hold them accountable in their crimes. The Palestinian civilians are entitled entitled to protection under Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Conventions. The UN has an obligation to enforce humanitarian aid to the Palestinians besides ceasefire and the protection of the civilians.
Dalal, let me come back to my question. And you are right. The Americans have said that their national team would look into the explosion at the hospital, but it seems that President Biden has already made his mind up as to who's responsible. He said the other team in his words. Coming back to my question, Dalal, what about Arab leaders? We've seen them snub Biden, cancel the meeting that was scheduled in Jordan. Will this posturing and position by the U.S. leader put him in a collision course now with the Arab world?
Listen, when I remind the world leaders of their obligations under the Fourth Geneva Conventions, the Arab leaders are also included. The Palestinians have gone into a 30-year peace process, a sugar-coated peace process. For 75 years, for God's sake, we have been suffering injustices, enduring the injustices under apartheid, extrajudicial killings, detentions, confiscations of lands, settlements, and settler terror, all under the package of a prolonged Israeli military occupation. We need to address the root causes of the reality that we are witnessing. Continued series of war crimes are being documented on every screen. It is time that every leader, every member state of the UN needs to invoke Article 25. Every country is now obliged to act upon their words and the Security Council resolutions and the General Assembly resolutions by granting the Palestinians their right. The Palestinian people have a right to self-determination, a right to defense, and a right to resistance. Yet, what we are seeing, what we are witnessing, hold on, please. This is a translation of the deal of the century in the Middle East. We are witnessing a change of the geopolitics map at the expense of the Palestinian blood. They are evicting the Palestinian people to the south, to Sinai, and then the scenario of the settler colonial project will continue to the West Bank in the hopes of eliminating the Palestinian cause. This war is not against Hamas. It's not against Gaza. It's against the Palestinian cause, against the Palestinian people. We have a right, and everybody should stand for their own obligations.
Phyllis, your thoughts about what Dalal just said there and the U.S. position. Is it likely to ever shift, or are we going to continue to see this bipartisan policy towards Israel in Washington, D.C.? For a long time, it's been the case. There was somewhat of a blip under the Obama administration because he didn't have good relations with Netanyahu. But it seems that it doesn't matter who's in the White House, the policy stays the same.
The policy has been consistent for many, many decades. The so-called special relationship between the U.S. and Israel that began around the time of the 1967 war began as a military relationship and morphed into the broad-based political, diplomatic, economic, and political as well as military relationship we see now. The United States taxpayers are paying 20% of the entire Israeli military budget. I think there is one thing we have to keep in mind about this question of a ceasefire. What is most desperately needed right now, what we are hearing from all Palestinians across Palestine, across the diaspora, everywhere, is an immediate ceasefire. We have to recognize the U.S. has a history of rejecting ceasefires when there are international calls for a ceasefire when Israel is involved. This goes back to 2006 in the Lebanon War, in cast lead against Gaza in 2008 and 9, in 2014, again in 2021. In each of these instances, when Israel was at war, as they defined it, meaning they were attacking Palestinians, there was a call for a ceasefire, and the U.S. answer again and again, we don't need a ceasefire yet, meaning not enough people have been killed yet. We're facing that same problem now, and the challenge of facing people who are protesting today in Washington, who were out in the streets on Monday, will be again on Friday, is to demand an immediate ceasefire to break that refusal to call for a ceasefire on all sides, an immediate ceasefire right now.
Khalid, your thoughts. And what's happened, Khalid, to the voices of progressive Democrats in Congress who want the U.S. to take a harder line with Israel over its military assault on Gaza? What's happened to them?
Well, I think those voices have almost entirely been silenced in large part because of the initial attack in Israel by Hamas. The horror of it and the scale of it has really silenced people who might have otherwise been more critical of how Israel has conducted itself. We're starting to see some pushback now. There are more calls from Democrats for a ceasefire, which seems reasonable. But part of the problem here, I mean, this goes beyond the United States. Most Western nations have also failed to call for a ceasefire. That's different than in the past, where, as Phyllis mentioned, it was usually the United States kind of blocking or dragging their feet on a ceasefire, but they were usually alone. Now there is a kind of chorus of Western powers showing unrestrained solidarity and support and unconditional endorsement, really, of what Israel is doing on the ground in Gaza. And to me, that's even more shocking because essentially everyone is being ruled by emotions, and there are no, quote unquote, grown-ups anywhere who are able to see the horrible human costs of what's happening, but even the medium and long-term repercussions of serious erosion, if not destruction, of Western credibility as a whole, with regard to anything resembling a rules-based order. I think it will be impossible for not only Palestinians, but Arabs, Africans, Latin Americans, Asians, ever to take the US or European nations seriously when they talk about human rights or international law or any of those things that have been completely thrown out the window in this case.
Dalal, your thoughts about this? Yes, go ahead, Phyllis. Go ahead, Phyllis, before I bring in Dalal.
Just one point on what Khalid was just saying, which I think is so important. Just coming back to the U.S. side, it is important to recognize there has been now an official resolution introduced into the Congress calling directly for a ceasefire, very carefully framed to not try and win over views of what started it, whose fault, just calling for an immediate ceasefire that now has, I think, 13 co-signers. And it reflects the fact that there has been a movement focused on changing the narrative, changing the discourse in this country, which has led to a situation where, as of about 2 weeks ago, the most recent polls were indicating that 25% of American Jews, 38% of young Jews believe that Israel is an apartheid state. That's because there's been a movement mobilizing with the press, with Congress, with the public for 25 years now. And we're seeing that. There's a threat to that accomplishment. But right now, I think it still exists. And we're seeing public levels of support for Palestinians even now, despite the incredible levels of terrible press.
Yeah, it is true that it would appear that more Americans are warming to the Palestinian cause, according to the latest Gallup poll. Dalal, let me come to you now. As Khalid said, things go far beyond the US, of course, away from the US today. Is there a single country that could be a fair broker here, call for a ceasefire that would be respected, agreed to by Israel, and be a fair and honest broker in this conflict?
Let's remind the American public that this is an accumulative reflection of their $3.8 billion annual aid of military aid to Israel, the war crimes that are being committed against 2.2 million Palestinian civilians living in a big prison of 365 kilometers, mostly children. I want to also remember and ask the Jewish American organizations for their voices. I want to call upon all academics, universities, the Harvard School of Negotiations, scholars. Where are the people who work for peace studies and conflict resolution? I am a professor of diplomacy. We have failed our students. I have looked into the UN Charter, the international law, the international humanitarian law, the 4 Geneva Conventions, the Rome Statute. I couldn't find one article that supports waiting for a permission from the occupier to let in humanitarian aid. What is the international community waiting for? Why don't they send drones, send the humanitarian assistance and protection for the Palestinian civilians? 2 million Palestinian civilians are being massacred on the screens, and the whole world is watching. Diplomacy had failed humanity. Diplomacy had failed the Palestinian cause. It is time we speak the truth. Please, do not adopt the Israeli narrative anymore. They are misleading the audience. It's about time in 2023 to speak the truth, to tell the stories of the injustices and the endurance of injustices that the Palestinian people have been enduring for 75 years, let alone the 16 years of total deadly blockade on Gaza. It's about time we recognize the Gaza Gazans as human beings. Gaza is Palestine. This is not a war between Israel and Hamas. This is not against Gaza, not against Hamas. This is against the Palestinian right to self-determination. This is a translation of the deal of the century at the expense of the Palestinian blood. This is, again, also part of the electoral process campaigns of Biden and Netanyahu coming in the next year.
All right, Khalid, what are your thoughts about what Dalal just said there? She says diplomacy has failed. Has it? Is there still room, you think, to get a ceasefire here? And is there a country, as I asked Dalal, that could step in today and take that role of a fair and honest broker in this conflict, which the U.S. has been criticized of not being?
Unfortunately, no. I don't see any power that could play that role. I mean, but yes, there is hope for a ceasefire. There has to be. I mean, obviously, this death and destruction can't continue indefinitely, although it can continue for quite a long time. And that's why I was saying how alarming it is that don't seem to be any reasonable, rational people in the diplomatic world who can see that, who can see the dangers, not just of, certainly at a humanitarian level of just given the scale of the attack in all forms, and it's very clearly directed at civilians in Gaza. But what really alarms me is the total inability to see how this will impact any future process. I don't see any political process happening anytime soon. But let me make one other point, because I think it's important to mention the role of Palestinian leadership. One of the things that history tells us, the Palestinian people know this better than anyone else, because of their history, is when they don't have a credible leadership, very bad things happen to Palestinians. Think of 1948, think of 1967. And I'm sorry to say, right now, part of the problem that we have, in addition to the abdication of responsibility by the Western world, is the absence of a credible Palestinian leadership that can advocate for Palestinians on the world stage and that can seek diplomatic opportunities. Right now, we have a failed leadership, both in Gaza and, I'm afraid to say, in the West Bank.
Okay, let me ask Dalal about that before I bring in Phyllis. Dalal, Khalid says the absence of a Palestinian leadership has also contributed to the predicament that Palestinians find themselves in today.
Well, it's about time we go for our unity. It's about time we go for reconciliation and to end our division. My call to the Palestinian leadership of all different political factions is to unite now, because this had been a pretext. This has been the fig leaf that has been used against us from the international community. Again, they are looking at us and saying they're not worthy of a Palestinian state. They're not worthy of independence and recognition. And this is a setback on the internal level that I recognize. However, we need to look at 12 days of massacres and war crimes of genocide and forced displacement as war crimes which are being treated with total impunity by the international community. 2.2 million Palestinian civilians are suffering under the Israeli fire. And, the company, Boeing, is an American company. The military aid of money for the U.S. that is pouring into Israel. This is, again, an international legal coverage for the war crimes that are documented on the screens being perpetrated against the Palestinian people and civilians, and this should not be accepted. This should not be tolerated. And this is not only in Gaza. In the past week, we had more than 60 martyrs in the West Bank. This means that every Palestinian is target. No matter what you believe, no matter your ideology, no matter your color, Israel is targeting every single Palestinian. Israel is waging a war against truth. Whoever tries to tell the truth about Israel and its war crimes is being targeted.
Phyllis, your thoughts about what happens next year? And has President Biden given the green light to Israel now to do whatever it wants in Gaza?
I think that whatever President Biden says, the image of his bear hug diplomacy is seen as a green light for Israel to do what it wants, to continue these incredible violations of international law, crimes against humanity that are being committed. I think that we have to be looking for where there might be calls for ceasefire that can come from elsewhere, not from, as Khalid said, not from the US, not from the Europeans. Right
From
now,
where?
Brazil is chairing. Brazil is the president of the Security Council.
Dalal, are you hopeful that a
Can I add-
ceasefire could be reached in the next few days?
I hope so. However, it is really sad that while we are waiting for a ceasefire and that we are waiting for action, a diplomatic action, millions of Palestinians are perishing and women and children are deprived from water, from milk, from medicine. The hospitals, the doctors are operating in the hallways without electricity and without anesthesia. We are witnessing a human historic catastrophe, which is documented on the screen. And let us be clear, yesterday's hospital is an Anglican hospital, and King Charles is the head of the Anglican Church. What did he do? We need to hear it from the UK. We need to hear it from the US. We need to hear it from every leader. It is not okay that hospitals are being targeted, that people are being evicted, and war crimes are being documented while everybody is watching. Humanity is at risk, and we have all failed the humanity. It's about time we see Palestinians as human beings.
Thank you all. Thank you to all three of you for a great discussion. Dalal Irikat, Khaled El Gindi, and Phyllis Bennis. Thank you for joining us on Inside Story. And thank you, too, for watching. You can always watch this program again anytime by visiting our website at aljazeera.com. For further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. And, of course, you can join the conversation on X. Our handle is at AJ Inside Story. From me, Fuli Batibo, and the whole team here in Doha, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Amidst the world slowdown, we stand firm as home to a fifth of global nickel reserves. Indonesia is poised to lead the global EV battery industry. We adeptly manage our abundant resources and play a vital role in solar energy harnessing, offering 75% of global carbon credit potential, committed to environmental protection, enhancing investment climate through digital licensing. Indonesia, your better tomorrow.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
This is no drill, this is no joke, and this is war.
This is just an airstrike now that you've heard. It seems that it's very close here from the area of where we are.
More rockets constantly in Ashkelon being fired from Gaza.
They moved to the southern areas of the Gaza Strip and they have been targeted by the Israeli airstrikes.
Very close to the Gaza border, we've seen a lot of tanks. And in the last half an hour or so, we are seeing increasing numbers of troops.
This is giving a picture of what kind of a war it could be on this front.
Hello, I'm Cyril Vanier. It's good to have you with us. This is the News Hour, live from Doha, with our special coverage of the war on Gaza. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, a desperate need for humanitarian aid. People across Gaza wait for the arrival of 20 trucks carrying food, water, and medicine. Israeli airstrikes continue to pummel Gaza, including the south, where civilians were told to relocate to escape the onslaught. Violence intensifies in the occupied West Bank. An Israeli raid on a refugee camp kills at least 6 Palestinians.
We absolutely support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law. To go after
Hamas. The UK Prime Minister meets Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel ahead of more talks in Saudi Arabia. So it's just past 1500 GMT. That's 6 p.m. in Gaza, where people of the besieged enclave will once again be blanketed in darkness for another night. No electricity, no water, no food, No hope. Regional and world leaders are using diplomatic channels in the hopes of bringing humanitarian aid to the region's more than 2 million people. Israel's siege and bombardment has so far killed 3,785 Palestinians. U.S. President Joe Biden says around 20 trucks will be permitted to go into Gaza from the Rafah crossing with Egypt on Friday. But aid organizations say that this is not enough and that there's no guarantee that it will actually be distributed. That agreement came as Israel continued its strikes in heavily congested civilian areas throughout Gaza. In West Rafah, a house and its surrounding area was hit, killing 33 Palestinians, including women and children. Well, funerals have been held for those killed in an Israeli airstrike on Khan Yunis in southern Gaza on Wednesday. And a warning, some viewers may find the following images disturbing. At least 9 people were killed, including 7 children in the bombing of the al-Bakri family home. Children continue to face extraordinary threats, with more than 1,500 killed in Gaza. Gaza's Ministry of Health has warned that more people are expected to die since hospitals are struggling to cope. The spokesman said health facilities have run out of fuel and medical supplies.
4 complete hospitals are out of service for being directly hit. Al-Hanin, Al-Durra, Al-Karama, and the International Ophthalmology Hospital. Hospitals and medical facilities across Gaza strips amid the huge influx of dead bodies and injured persons due to the massacres perpetrated by the Israeli occupation forces, led to the fact that all the remaining functioning facilities are operating at 150% capacities.
In a moment, we'll get more on ongoing diplomatic efforts. But first, the situation on the ground. Let's speak to Safwat Al-Kahlout, who's in Gaza. Safwat, what are people saying about the possibility of aid being delivered?
Well, Tommy, 20 trucks, they don't believe here that these 20 trucks will solve the problem. But at least they received the news positively that finally Israel approved the opening of Rafah crossing, and they will let the Egyptians send the humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip after 2 weeks of rejection and entire closure for all of the Gaza crossings, including even the Rafah one, which is controlled by Egypt. We know that there are hundreds of containers of aid arriving or arrived already in the last couple of weeks to Al Arish and the other side of the Egyptian borders. And these humanitarian aid are expected to be delivered later on. So the 20 trucks are not enough to do anything in Gaza, but at least it could bring some hope for the people in Gaza that there will be more.
Yeah, 20 trucks for 2.2 million people. That is not very much at all. Are people doing anything to try and make sure that they're going to be able to get some of that aid? I mean, are they moving closer to Rafah? Are they making any kind of preparations?
Hundreds of families, they were displaced near Rafah crossings from the beginning of the Israeli war in Gaza. But after some Israeli strikes on or near the crossings, the people returned to a safer area. No place is safe, they say, but at least the Rafah crossing is not opening and won't allow the people to leave the Gaza Strip. Now, the people who were even displaced in the south of the Gaza Strip are considering, or some of them returned back to Gaza City and to the north because no safety, no humanitarian aid in the south of the Gaza Strip.
Safwat, I was listening to your earlier reporting, and today you went to hospital and you happened to find out that members of your family have been among those killed since the beginning of the war on Gaza. Can you share with us what you found out and what happened?
Well, we are disconnected from all the communication, means of communication. So we are not in touch with our relatives, and there is no easy mean to get the fresh or the update in news everywhere. Today we were reviewing and looking at the names of the families and the victims who have been killed during the last couple of weeks. I found that entire families have been totally cancelled from the civil registries, the parents and their sons, and sometimes the grandfathers and their sons and their nephews and so on. So I found by chance that 6 of my cousins, like a parents and their sons, had been killed in one of the strikes, the Israeli strike on the Gaza Strip. That was really shocking. There was no funeral. There was no, the usual and traditional procedures that every family usually do when you have dead people and when you need to bury yours. They just dig a big hole and burying them and no ceremonies. That was really shocking. So 6 cousins have been killed, and I found that many of the people here who were displaced, they are telling about losing theirs on the other side of the Gaza Strip, and they were just buried without carrying out or holding the proper burying or the proper funeral procedure that they have been used to do. This was one of the features of the current Israeli war in Gaza, that people even couldn't or did not have the chance to hold a proper funerals or even to bury in the cemeteries, just dig holes and bury them everywhere.
Look, Safwat, I'm really sorry that you had to find that out today, and please accept our condolences on behalf of the whole team here in Doha. As you're speaking, we're also looking at the live pictures of the skies over Gaza. It's just after 6 p.m. there, where you are, and the sun is setting, and we're seeing a massive plume of smoke. There have been, just in the last few minutes, continued bombardments on the Gaza Strip. Have you heard or seen anything? Is there anything you can tell us?
Look, my colleagues who are based in Nasser Hospital, because I'm staying in the different places, I had to displace from Gaza City as well. So they were telling me that there was just opposing to or near the Nasser Hospital where our teams are reporting from there. That was the strongest or the biggest Israeli airstrike that hit one of the residential buildings near Nasser Hospital. We could hear some explosions in the eastern side of the Deir el-Balah where I am staying, which is across the borderline. It's the explosions of the Israeli artillery who is also participating in the shelling and bombarding different areas in the Gaza Strip. Also, the Israelis intensified today earlier in Shija'iyya, in Zaytun, in Rimal, and other places, and they are still sending more warnings to the Palestinians in Gaza and in the north of Gaza to evacuate and to displace. They don't give more explanation where to go and if there are safer places, because from what we hear, no place is safe, neither south nor north, nor even in Gaza City itself. So that's why in the beginning I said that people now, they say, if I have to die, I will die in my home in Gaza City or in the north than to live under this inhuman conditions. And they also said that the Israelis, they don't have red lines and they even bombard hospitals.
Yeah, and you're not the only person to report that as a widespread feeling among Gazans at the moment. Safwat Al-Kahloud, thank you very much for all the latest from the ground there in Gaza. I want to take a closer look at the Rafah crossing, which is the only border crossing between Egypt and the southern end of the Gaza Strip. That is where the aid is supposed to come through. It's the region's only lifeline to the outside world, but supplies coming into Gaza through Rafah require Israeli approval. Also, it's not big. It's only for small vehicles and for movement of people. The other crossing in the south is Karem Abu Salem. It's where the borders of Egypt, Gaza, and Israel meet. Hundreds of tons of aid from several countries have been held up in Egypt. Now, my colleague Sami Zaidan spoke to Benoit Carpentier, spokesperson for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies in Geneva. He told us about the difficulty of providing aid to 2 million Palestinians under siege in Gaza.
We are talking about 2 million people that are basically in need of everything. So 20 trucks will be a drop in the ocean. It needs to be much more than that. Obviously, we do welcome any aid entering in the country, but we will have to have much more than that to be able to fit the needs of all the people that are in Gaza, those that are in the south, but all those that have stayed more up north.
Israel has bombed the Rafah crossing before. Do you know if it's even ready at this point to quickly, efficiently process aid?
No, it's very complicated to know exactly, and we don't even know the conditions. I mean, what we know is that there's, for any humanitarian aid action distribution, there needs to be safety. We need to make sure that the area where the aid is going, the passage where whatever convoy will come is safe. And then we need safety for the people that will be, for the civilians that will be receiving the aid, and for the health workers that will be distributing it. So it's still very unclear on all the conditions around this opening.
Initially, the diplomatic discussions were about a ceasefire. Then it shifted and watered down to a humanitarian pause in fighting. As far as you know, as an aid organization, has anyone given you any guarantees, any commitments that there will not be airstrikes when you're supposed to be receiving and distributing aid?
No, I don't think we have any commitment at this stage, at least, and it's probably negotiations ongoing. But we've seen over the last 10 days, the bombing has been ongoing. We've lost tragically 4 of our paramedics from the Palestinian Red Crescent while they were carrying their duty, trying to save lives. So this is when people are being injured or dead while they are helping people. It's terrible for us, because they are really trying to do their job the best they can. They are in hospitals, in 2 hospitals in Gaza, and they've refused to leave because they are trying to help their patients, the people that they're taking care of for now days and weeks.
British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in West Jerusalem. Sunak described the Israeli strike on the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza as a watershed moment. He is pushing for humanitarian aid to be delivered to Gaza as soon as possible. Sunak is due to meet with Saudi Arabian leaders in the next few days.
We also recognize that the Palestinian people are victims of Hamas too. And that is why I welcome your decision yesterday that you took to ensure that routes into Gaza will be opened for humanitarian aid to enter. I'm glad that you made that decision. We will support it. We're increasing our aid to the region, and we will look to get more support to people as quickly as we can. The last thing for me to close on is this. You describe this as Israel's darkest hour. Well, then it's for me to say I'm proud to stand here with you in Israel's darkest hour. As your friend, we will stand with you in solidarity. We will stand with your people, and we also want you to win.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. Mohammed, what's your main takeaway from Sunak's visit?
So, Cyril, one of the more interesting points about what Sunak was saying was that he, of course, expressed staunch solidarity with Israel. He, of course, reiterated the UK's position that Israel has the right to defend itself. But he also said that operations should be carried out within the bounds of international law. And the reason that is noteworthy is because many would consider the fact that Israel has cut off food, fuel, and water to the Gaza Strip to be in breach of international law. So that's a glaring omission when he's also saying that he wants Israel to operate their operations within Gaza under the auspices of international law. Now, Rishi Sunak also said that the UK will stand behind Israel all the way, that he hopes that Israel will win in this campaign. But in his meetings today, not just with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but also with Israel's President Isaac Herzog, he reiterated the concern for a humanitarian corridor to be opened into Gaza. He would like to see humanitarian aid flow into Gaza. He also wants to see that Rafah border crossing opened so that British nationals, dual nationals who are stuck inside of Gaza, can actually get out of Gaza and get into Egypt. No commitments yet on that. Netanyahu, for his part, thanked the Prime Minister for coming. He was very happy to see Sunak in Israel and for the support Netanyahu said that this is Israel's darkest hour and that the support must continue. That's clearly indicating that Prime Minister Netanyahu is aware that Israel is going to face mounting criticism from the international community in the days, weeks, and potentially months ahead when it comes to its campaign on Gaza, the potential offensive on Gaza. And he wants to make sure that those Western leaders who have come to visit him in Israel will continue their support. You're talking, of course, about Rishi Sunak today. Yesterday, you had U.S. President Joe Biden. That's the biggest diplomatic visit he's gotten thus far. There are going to be more leaders expected here in the days ahead. It's expected that French President Emmanuel Macron will be coming here as well. So really, you had Britain standing in solidarity with Israel. You had Sunak expressing that solidarity again and again, but clearly there is a lot of concern about what is going to be happening on the humanitarian front in Gaza.
Yeah, I have a question about that, Mohammed, but first a quick update. We're just hearing from Sunak's spokesperson, and he said that 9 British nationals have been confirmed dead in the Hamas attack on October 7th. A further 7 are missing. Just wanted to share that information with you. About the concerns on the delivery of the aid, did Sunak get any guarantees or seek any guarantees that Israeli airstrikes would stop while aid is being delivered in Gaza?
Cyril, there was nothing stated publicly on that front. Now, clearly, there has been a lot of behind-the-scenes pressure being put from U.S. President Joe Biden, from Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, on Benjamin Netanyahu to stop air raids on Gaza while any type of humanitarian aid would be delivered, while the humanitarian corridor would be opened. But that's not anything that the Israelis have commented on publicly at this stage. Netanyahu has not made any remarks to that effect. These Western leaders are keenly aware that they need to continue to press this humanitarian message because there is discontent that they are facing from their countries as well. There have been protests in the US, in the UK the last week about what's going on in Gaza. So while they are standing in solidarity with Israel, they are pressing this humanitarian message because they're aware that this could politically be a problem for them as well.
I want to jump in real quick because as you speak, we're watching screen left a massive plume of smoke and the aftermath of what appears to have been a very heavy strike, a bombardment on the Gaza Strip. So as you and I were discussing whether the British Prime Minister was perhaps seeking a suspension of bombardments, I just wanted to make this point clear with you. Right now, even as it has received Biden, it has received the British Prime Minister, Israel continuing, of course, its bombardment of the Gaza Strip.
That's right. And on a day like today, when Sunak was here and pressing for more humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, when it's still not clear exactly when those 20 trucks that have been agreed to that are supposed to cross into the Gaza Strip, it's still unclear when exactly they're going to be able to do that. The best estimate right now, as early as that could happen, would be tomorrow on Friday. But even on a day when the UK's Prime Minister continues to go on about the concern about the humanitarian situation in Gaza, which is deteriorating exponentially by the hour, you're still seeing these airstrikes. And obviously, that is not the kind of optics that Sunak or Joe Biden yesterday would like on a day when they are arriving here and trying to press this message and trying to privately put pressure on Netanyahu to at least allow
Mohammed, I'm going to jump in
into the Gaza Strip.
Mohammed, I'm going to jump in. Thank you for all that context. Thank you for the analysis. We see continued bombardments live on the Gaza Strip with a massive mushroom cloud. And clearly the bombardments are continuing. I can't tell you right now whether this is the north or the south, but these bombardments have been relentless, and there is no halt. There is no halt in the bombing of the Gaza Strip, where 2.2 million people live in one of the most densely populated parts of the world. Now, we were talking to our correspondent earlier, Safwat Al-Kahlout, even as I'm being told this is a view of the northern part of the Gaza Strip. Our correspondent telling us there's some degree of hope because some trucks are scheduled, are expected, delivering aid in the Gaza Strip. But it's 20 trucks for 2 million people. And as our guests from humanitarian missions have told us, it's, quote, a drop in the ocean. And whether that aid is even going to be able to get to residents of the northern Gaza Strip, given that the aid is coming in from the south and through the Rafah crossing, if it does come in, that's expected on Friday, but there's still no guarantee as such. If that aid does come in those 20 trucks, will it even get to the people who live here, live in the buildings that you see and in this part of the Gaza Strip, since there's no fuel? And no fuel will be allowed to come in as part of the deal that will let these 20 trucks in. So this is the scene. It's 15:20 GMT, which means it's 6:20 in the Gaza Strip, and we are seeing the same thing day in, day out. Continued bombardment by Israel pretty much since October 7th, since the Hamas attack. That's where things stand right now. We'll continue to take a live look at the skies over Gaza, even as I bring you the latest on the tangential diplomatic efforts of the UK, because while British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has been in Israel, the Foreign Secretary, James Cleverly, has arrived in Qatar, and that's part of a 3-day diplomatic visit to the Middle East aimed at securing the release of British hostages and ensuring humanitarian aid into Gaza. Remember the update that we just got from the Prime Minister's spokesperson. 9 British nationals were confirmed dead, killed in the October 7 Hamas attack. A further 7 are missing. All right, Egypt was the first stop of Cleverly's trip, and he's expected to travel to Turkey next. Now, it's been nearly 48 hours since an Israeli strike hit the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza, killing hundreds of people and triggering global outrage. Many of the victims were taking shelter at the hospital from Israel's relentless bombardment of the besieged enclave. The Episcopal Church in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank is holding a service for the victims of the war on Gaza, including the people massacred at the Al-Ahli hospital. Hoda Abdelhamid is in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Hoda, tell us more about this church service.
Well, the Episcopal Church is actually oversees the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza. It issued a statement earlier in the day denouncing what had happened in Gaza, calling it a crime against humanity, targeting hospitals and the church that were on that grounds. The Episcopal Church saying that amounts to crimes against humanity. Now, this service is just on the way. It's basically to pray for all those who have fallen, but it's also a show of defiance, saying that statement clearly said, and the people coming in here clearly said, yes, they can hurt us, yes, they can try to crush it, but we will always stand up again. We should be hearing later from the priest. I think in his sermon there'll be some quite harsh words towards what is happening in Israel and in Gaza, rather, and a lot of support to Gaza, rather, and harsh words towards the military operation that Israel is undertaking at the moment.
Hoda, on Thursday, we saw another Israeli raid in the occupied West Bank. The arrests and the killings by Israeli forces have just increased so sharply since the beginning of the war on Gaza. Can you give us the context around that?
Well, that is something that is ongoing every day, all day. I'm really sorry for this. Every day you wake up in the West Bank and you ask, what happened overnight? How many people were detained? How many people were killed in overnight raids? There is a standoff that has been going on actually since for more than 12 hours now. That is in the north, in Tulkarem. So far, 6 people have died there, and the standoff is still ongoing. The area is completely shut down. It's a refugee camp next to Tulkarem, completely sealed off at the moment. People can can't come in and out. And the last we heard is that electricity and water was also cut off from that area. And then there were 3 others that were killed also in overnight raids. But the tragic story about this is that these numbers keep on increasing on a daily basis. Every day you have to update your tally. There were more than 800 people who had been detained since October 7th when this crisis started. And one person I was talking to earlier in the day, he said, you know, we keep on praying on the souls of those who have died. But then next morning we have to start all over again, because next morning there are new victims, new fallen, new people who have been killed. So it is just this continuous cycle of death and violence that is in the West Bank, and that has been going on since before this crisis, and it's just ever since October 7th, a big turning point. Things have become much worse for anyone living in the occupied West Bank. The number of settler attacks, which used to be on average 3 per day, according to the UN humanitarian agency here, well, now they're at least on average 8 a day. So as you can see, these numbers are increasing disproportionately. And one of the reasons Hamas said that it had carried out this operation, that it wanted to put pressure on Israel, is also because of what the Palestinians in the occupied West Bank go through on a daily basis. It's a different kind of occupation, and Gaza is under siege all year long. But here, in this part of the occupied territories, the friction with the occupation is constant day and night, and you never know if you're a Palestinian from where it's coming to you.
Hoda, thank you very much. That's Al Jazeera's Hoda Abdelhamid. You're in Ramallah. You're reporting from the church service that was being held for the victims of the Israeli attack on the hospital in Gaza. And I want to get the latest again from Gaza on the ground. We're watching the live picture of the skies over Gaza right now. It's becoming a little harder to see the smoke over the cityscape and the horizon. But this is Gaza City that you are watching. And just minutes ago, we saw live intense bombardment of multiple targets, what appeared to be multiple targets, in Gaza City. Al Jazeera correspondent Yumna Al-Sayed is in the Gaza Strip. Where are you, Yumna? Did you hear or see anything?
Yes, well, Gerald, these bombardments have been intensified in this past hour, especially in different areas, almost at the same time, really. The first bombardments started here in the west part of Gaza City in Tel El Hawa neighborhood, which has been under continuous bombardment since last night, literally, starting with the Al-Yasj bakery that was targeted last night and all onto the morning hours, and different other areas here. The first bombardment in this past hour started there, and then in Gaza, in the eastern part of Gaza City, in Shaja'iyya and in Zaytun, multiple bombardments there have targeted multiple residential homes and areas in these 2 places. So it's been an hour of continuous violent Israeli airstrikes in Gaza City, mainly for this past hour, as they continue until now.
Yumna, have Palestinians been going back up to Gaza City? I ask you because you told me the other day this was the case, and this was also what you had chosen to do. Namely, after the Israeli military warned everybody to leave the north, go to the south, after a few days of that, people found that there was continued bombardment in the south, and you told me a lot of people figured, well, if I'm not safe anywhere, I might as well go back to the north where at least I have a house or an apartment. Are there now a lot of civilians living in those areas in Gaza City?
Well, Terrell, that's actually the case more and more every day. Like today, even more people than yesterday did return that we know about. People are witnessing more and more intensifying bombardments in the south in a very strange way. The past days, the bombardments and the targeting of the south has been extremely much. Many of the people who have died in these bombardments were actually families from the northern part of Gaza City.
Yumna, respectfully, I have to jump in, Yumna, because the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is now speaking live from Cairo, along with the Egyptian Foreign Minister. Let's listen in.
for his critical leadership. I am in the Middle East on a humanitarian mission at a moment of profound crisis, a crisis unlike any the region has seen in decades. That crisis was triggered by the atrocious 7 October Hamas attacks that killed, injured, and kidnapped a large number of civilians from Israel and indeed from around the world. But this led Israel to a total siege on Gaza and a relentless bombing campaign with an ever
المكثفة والتي طالت بشكل كبير.
But also journalists, health workers, and many others, including
All right, that's UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. So the head of the United Nations, he's in Egypt. Obviously, Egypt playing a major role here since Egypt controls the Rafah border crossing, the only door out of Gaza right now that is not also controlled by the Israelis. And he is speaking along with the Egyptian foreign minister. The UN actually hadn't called at the highest echelon for a ceasefire, but now he is doing so. And there are many questions around how that aid is going to be delivered, around the volume of the aid, the amount, where it's going, and how it's even going to be distributed within the Gaza Strip, given that no fuel is going to be allowed in. As we keep an eye on that, and we keep an eye on the skies over Gaza, that live shot just moments after we saw continued bombardments on Gaza City, I want to bring in Sultan Barakat. You are professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University here in Qatar. Thank you for being with us. I want to talk with you a little bit about what the Arab and Muslim nations can do at this stage for the Palestinians. I say this because there were statements coming out of Iran today saying the Islamic world's silence is completely unjustified. This was in a phone call with Qatar. And now you see the UN Secretary General in Egypt. There's also the King of Jordan, who's in Egypt. Where does diplomacy stand right now within the Arab world in support of the Palestinians?
Well, the two worlds within the Arab world and the Muslim world, there are the states and the people on the streets. I think the public has made their views very, very clear throughout the Muslim world.
We've seen protests.
Huge protests, demonstrations, and so on. But when it comes to the states, they have been more reluctant to make a direct statement against the situation in Gaza, partly because of fear of the implication that may bring vis-a-vis the United States, in particular their relationship with the United States. Others have already tied themselves into processes of normalization with Israel and or already had peace agreements with Israel. So, for example, Jordan, Egypt, Morocco, even Sudan.
Well, Jordan and Egypt,
Bahrain,
that's decades old. But countries, the Abraham Accords, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, that's very recent. Do you think that their normalizing of ties with Israel, do you think that could become more fragile as this conflict continues?
It has to. It must become more fragile. I mean, the problem now is that they're still banking on the fact that there is hope in the process. But their public will be very much against it. It will be very, very difficult.
Hope in what process?
In the normalization, that it can continue as if it hasn't been interrupted and so on. But I think the public opinion now is very much against it.
Respectfully, and I'm sorry to do this, but let me interrupt you because we now have the translation for the UN Secretary General. Let's listen in.
And Rafah crossing board are the only lifeline to those in Gaza Strip. For Egypt once again proves that it is a pillar of peace and security in the region. It is the only country capable of defusing violence. The longer the war, the more the violence will become. And consequently, the more losses there will be in human life and property. We are demanding an immediate ceasefire and the quick and swift delivery of relief aid. I will put this humanitarian mission into effect from now and from Egypt. We shouldn't lose sight that we are all anticipating and looking forward to a long-lasting, permanent and final solution with the establishment of as a dependent Palestinian state side by side with Israel.
Okay, we've just been listening to Antonio Gutierrez. He's calling on Hamas to release hostages. He's calling on Israel to give unrestricted access to aid into Gaza. He is calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Again, that's his new position. It wasn't his position for the first 10 days of the conflict, but it is as of, I think, 48 hours ago. And he says that Gaza needs aid at a scale and on a sustained basis. What do you make of the position of the UN since the beginning of this conflict?
I must say it was disappointing in the sense no one knows Gaza more than the UN. The UN has been in Gaza for 75 years, so they know exactly the situation. He does know very well, Guterres, that this did not start on the 7th of October. This has a long history. The UN itself has been the victim of Israeli attacks many times over the years. So all he does really, he's trying to put it within an acceptable framework for the superpowers, and that's basically the United States and Britain and France at the moment. So he's trying to walk a tightrope between satisfying them and their protection of Israel, which he fully understands that Israel enjoys an exceptionalism that no other state has in the world. He has the longest history of engagement as the UN with the Israelis, understand exactly the qualities Israel enjoys as the spoiled child of the West. Now, within that, he has to come up with statements. I think upgrading to a ceasefire is a better call than initially humanitarian corridors. But ultimately, he'd be lucky if Israel allows in humanitarian corridors in a systematic and safe ways.
How does he have any leverage over what's about to happen? Aid going in, the trucks going in from Egypt into the Gaza Strip, and the conditions that are put on those trucks, how much aid, what aid can be in those trucks, et cetera. Does he have a say in that?
Not at this stage. I mean, the UN has the infrastructure and can deliver aid and can guarantee for Israel that this aid will not make it into the hands of Hamas and will not include any weapons. And this is not the first time. They've done it many times before, and they've done it all over the world. But at the moment, the convoy that we see ready to go into Gaza is a token.
20 trucks for 2.2 million people.
20 trucks for yes, it's nothing. It is not a United Nations aid. This is mostly from Egypt. It's a token to show Egypt is doing its part. It's a token to show that Biden didn't travel on Air Force One all that distance and back for nothing. So he's done something. And it is also a way to show that the Israelis still have a space in their heart to look after these people. But we all know that the 20 trucks are not sufficient, just to supply the hospitals. Never mind the ones that were damaged, the ones that are still running. You need much more than that on a daily basis.
Yeah, you don't need to be an expert to know that you can't feed 2 million people with 20 trucks. You can't give drinking water to 2 million people.
They don't have food. Food would have spoiled by now. These have been trucks that have been there for about 10 days.
So this is for hospital equipment.
Mostly will probably have medical equipment and hygiene kits to help limit the spread of diseases. This is the next thing that is coming to hit Gaza. There will be a spread of epidemics across the area, largely because of failing of sewer system. Without electricity, there's no way to pump the sewers, and this will now come to haunt everyone, aside from the fact that there is no fresh water available to the people of Gaza.
Sultan Barakat, thank you very much for joining us this hour. Appreciate your context and analysis. Israeli airstrikes have targeted areas close to villages in southern Lebanon. Missiles were fired at Hezbollah positions near Kafr Shuba. Israel has evacuated towns along the border with Lebanon after repeated exchanges of fire. Zaina Khoda reports from southern Lebanon.
Israel's military says it's targeting Hezbollah positions across the border in Lebanon. It's facing a guerrilla war. The Iranian-backed Lebanese armed group has been attacking Israeli military positions along the border, as well as tanks using precision-guided missiles. The warring sides have been trading fire along what has been an active front line since Israel started to attack Gaza more than a week ago. Hezbollah joined the battle after a call by its ally Hamas, but it's very much limiting its response within the rules of engagement established since its last war with Israel in 2006. Israel says it doesn't want to be dragged into war on a second front, but it has threatened to respond forcefully if attacked.
To engage Hezbollah in a full-scale war, it's a very risky thing. It is not popular among the Lebanese population first, and it has to have a green light from the Iranian regime, because that might create new dynamics in the Middle East altogether. So a decision of that scale, it has to be cleared by both the Iranian leadership and maybe the Syrians as well.
Hezbollah has said it's not neutral in the conflict. Its backer, Iran, has repeatedly warned of a war that would engulf the whole region if attacks against Gaza continue. But the so-called axis of resistance hasn't said what their red line is, except that Gaza will not fall. In other words, Hamas will not fall. A decision by Hezbollah to enter the war with its full military capabilities could depend on how long its ally can sustain Israeli attacks on its own. Iran and its allies across the region are now focusing their anger on the U.S. administration. They say it has given Israel free rein to carry out war crimes against the Palestinians. Since then, there have been reports of attacks on the U.S. military presence in Iraq and Syria.
And it exerts on Americans additional pressure to tell them that, if this war happens, it will not be in any way a conventional war. It will have no limits, no borders, and attacks on Israel and its backers can be from anywhere.
For the time being, there is heated rhetoric while all sides appear to be weighing the risks and benefits of confrontation. But what appears to be shaping up is a protracted cross-border war of attrition. Zana Khudr, Al Jazeera, Southern Lebanon.
Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem joins us from Nakora in southern Lebanon. Even as we keep an eye, screen left, on the scenes at the Israel-Lebanon border where fires seem to be burning. Let's see if we can get any information on that with Ali. Ali, I don't know if you're in the vicinity of what I'm seeing, but what are you learning about what's happening at the border right now?
Well, the border is on fire since this afternoon. Several attacks has been launched in different sectors, from the east to the west. Now, we are here on the western sector on the Mediterranean. To the other side, the eastern sector is on the border with Syria and, of course, Israel. So there have been several attacks. Just behind me, a few hours ago, a couple of hours ago, the Israeli posts here, positions here, were hit by anti-tank guided missiles from Hezbollah. In accordance, there were over 20 rockets that were launched by Hamas, the Palestinian group Hamas in Lebanon now, launching 20 rockets towards northern Israel. And also there was a barrage of rockets towards Kiryat Shmona to the east. Now we know that there are 3 people injured there. So a lot of attacks, a lot of tit for tat, and this also has been going on, as we know, for the past 10, 12 days. Yesterday, or this morning, very early this morning, where we are, there were 2 airstrikes and there were loud explosions. Israeli airplanes hit Hezbollah targets here in this area, and also other targets towards the east. So the issue is that we are seeing more attacks on daily basis. Before we used to see 1, 2, 3 attacks. Today, at least there are 5, 6 attacks. And now with this different approach, given the rockets that hit a building in Kiryat Shmona and the reports coming from there that there are 3 people injured there. This is different. This is kind of changing the situation slightly. And actually, we've been watching the situation gradually escalating, but it seems that we are in a new phase. This is not the same phase that we witnessed at the first days. This is another phase. And there's something I would like to emphasize on. It seems also that Hezbollah, while attacking the Israeli posts on the borders, they are kind of concentrating on hitting some communication apparatuses and tools like cameras that are used to take the pictures for the whole borders. Also, communication tools that are used to intercept calls and this situation. So there are different objectives Hezbollah is putting in front of them, aside from the war in Gaza, aside from the idea of relieving Gaza from the pressure and trying to draw more reinforcements to the north. We can see now, after around 2 weeks or a bit less than that, from the beginning of these escalations and this war, till the moment the ground offensive hasn't started. And this was one of the objectives of Hezbollah, to prevent the ground offensive. And it seems till the moment the northern front is succeeding in kind of hurdling the ground offensive.
Ali, thank you very much for all of that, even as we keep an eye on the Lebanon-Israel border screen left. And I'll keep in mind what you said at the top of your explanation, that the Israel-Lebanon border is on fire. And it's true that since this conflict began on October 7th, this round of fighting, there has been tit-for-tat exchange of artillery fire, mortar fire, etc., coming from both sides of the border. And that's why we continue to keep a very close eye on what's happening there. So far, Israel signaling to, rather saying to Lebanon, warning them not to enter into a full-scale war. Hezbollah has stopped short of that. But every day you explain to us that the border area is becoming more and more volatile. Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem in Nakura, southern Lebanon. Thank you very much. Israeli forces killed 9 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank on Thursday. The military raided multiple locations, including Nur Shams refugee camp in Tulkarem. At least 74 Palestinians have now been killed in the occupied West Bank since October the 7th. Nida Ibrahim reports from Ramallah.
For the first time in years, a Palestinian refugee camp is under Israeli curfew. A raid that began in the early hours of Thursday in Nur Shams near Tulkarem in the north of the occupied West Bank is showing no signs of ending. Israeli forces have declared the area a closed military zone, bulldozing roads, cutting off water and electricity, and turning homes into military posts. This video was filmed in the first hours of the raid. 16-year-old Taha Hamid is shot. His father tries to help him. He too is shot. The father was evacuated. The son bled to death. The Palestinian Red Crescent told Al Jazeera it took paramedics more than 90 minutes to get to Taha, but it was too late.
They're making our job harder. We still can't get into the injured people inside the camp, including children.
Nur Shams refugee camp houses dozens of Palestinian fighters and is regularly targeted by Israeli forces searching for armed groups. But the majority of Palestinians are unarmed. Israeli forces exchange fire with some fighters. Israeli army radio said it targeted a group of fighters with a drone. Palestinians have been killed as a result.
The refugee camp has been undergoing a tough campaign by the Israeli forces. For months now, they've been damaging the infrastructure, arresting people, raiding homes and destroying roads, which increases people's suffering.
More than 120 Palestinians have been arrested in raids across the occupied West Bank, killing and injuring several others.
Palestinians here say they're united in grief with Gaza. 2 funeral processions are making their way through the streets of Ramallah. One is for a 21-year-old Palestinian who has been killed by an Israeli settler after attacking his village. The other is for...
Al Jazeera, Ramallah, the occupied West Bank.
The attacks on Palestinians in the occupied West Bank have risen sharply in the past 2 weeks. These are attacks by both the Israeli army and settlers. The Palestinian Prisoners Club says at least 850 Palestinians, including 8 journalists, have been arrested. Charles Stratford reports from Hawara in the occupied West Bank.
The streets are virtually empty in Hawara, a Palestinian village on the outskirts of Nablus in the occupied West Bank. Illegal Israeli settlements line the ridges of surrounding hills. Construction of more continues. Clashes between Palestinians and Israeli settlers are common here. Several Israelis and Palestinians have been killed in this area in recent months. On October the 4th, the Israeli army forced Palestinian businesses to close, and since then the situation has deteriorated further. People are here, but they are just too afraid to leave their homes. Mohammed Doumedi shows me video of his 19-year-old son Labib on his mobile phone. Mohammed says the university student was describing his ideal wife in the film and making everybody laugh. But Labib was shot dead on October the 5th.
The settlers gathered near the gas station. Another group came from another area. They walked along the road. No one talked to them. No one threw stones at them. They were screaming and swearing. Suddenly, they started shooting randomly and smashed a car. They tried to break the door of our house and get in. There were bullets flying everywhere. Labib took a bullet in the chest.
This video shows the Israeli settlers in the village minutes before Mohammed says they started shooting. He says Israeli soldiers stood by and watched as the violence began.
Without the soldiers' protection, they wouldn't dare to do this. They want us out of this village. Labib had a lot of hopes and dreams. He wanted to be a businessman. He wanted to be a graphic designer, cameraman, but these dreams are now lost.
Labib's mum, Najla, takes me to the spot where her son was shot.
When I heard the shooting, I felt my heart leap. I started saying, "My sons, my sons." His uncles helped him, but the Israeli soldiers started shooting tear gas. They laid him on the street, and the Israeli soldiers said no ambulance could come. We just needed an ambulance. It seemed that they waited for him to die before they let the ambulance in.
Clashes broke out between Palestinian youths and Israeli soldiers during Labib's funeral, reportedly because the Israeli military tried to stop mourners praying in Hawara's central street. Palestinians living along the Hawara Road have suffered decades of violence by Israeli settlers living on the hills close by. But they say that since those Hamas attacks inside Israel on October the 7th, the situation here has got even worse. Palestinian protests are increasing in frequency and size across the occupied West Bank. But so is settler violence against Palestinians. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, or OCHA, has recorded more than 80 attacks by settlers, resulting in Palestinian casualties or property damage in under 2 weeks. The situation was tense in Palestinian villages like Hawara long before the war, Labib's and dreams. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Hawara in the occupied West Bank.
There have been protests around the world in support of Palestinians. Some of the largest have been taking place in Jordan's capital, Amman. Let's go now to Osama bin Javed, who's live for us in Amman. Osama, tell us what's happening behind you.
Well, people have been gathering as they have in the last 12 days here in the Jordanian capital. Today, what is different is they're not being allowed to go to either the Israeli or the American embassies there. And let me just move out of the shot so you can feel the energy of this crowd who've been gathering here for the last few hours. They've been chanting slogans in solidarity of Palestinians as well as against Israel. It is happening in the backdrop of the Jordanian king traveling to Cairo, talking to the Egyptian president. And this is, again, a gathering which has been where people can come and show solidarity. It also turns into a mourning procession, and then people also use it to show solidarity with the Palestinians. And that has been happening as clashes have also broken out with the police because people get violent. They try to go towards the Israeli embassy, and the police is stopping them from doing that. But as you see that this is a crowd that continues to swell in the last few hours, again, because it's the weekend, we're expecting more and more people coming here with their children, with their families, saying that they're tired of watching the scenes unfold on their screens. And because this country is home to more than 2 million Palestinian refugees and their families, they want to show something. They want to do something for the people who are in Gaza. And according to people here, Israel needs to stop its aggression on the Palestinian people. Unless it does, people will continue to come out in the streets.
Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed reporting from Amman, where you see a protest there in support of the Palestinians. Well, we're going to wrap things up before we give you a full roundup of world news and latest developments, latest events on the Israel-Gaza war at the top of the hour. Two things right now, top of our radar. The British Prime Minister's visit of support to Israel and all the discussions around allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza. We'll discuss that more at the top of the hour with a full show in just a moment.
As the situation in Gaza escalates, we bring you expert views and analysis.
His entire neighborhoods in Gaza City wiped off the map. We're watching one of the greatest diplomatic failures and atrocities unfold.
In my lifetime, I've not seen anything like this.
The basic premise of international humanitarian law is that war crimes by one side never justify war crimes by the other.
The Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are already refugees, and now Israel is trying to once again make Palestinians refugees.
Enough is enough. Look at the tragedy in a bigger scale and just try to end it.
Stay with us for the latest developments on Al Jazeera.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
Hello, I'm Cyril Vanier. It's good to have you with us. This is the News Hour, live from Doha. Coming up in the program this hour, Israeli airstrikes continue to pummel Gaza, including the south, where civilians were told to relocate to escape the onslaught. A desperate need for humanitarian aid. People across Gaza wait for the arrival of 20 trucks carrying food, water, and medicine.
We absolutely support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law, to go after Hamas, to take back.
The UK Prime Minister meets Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel ahead of more talks in Saudi Arabia. Violence intensifies in the occupied West Bank. An Israeli raid on a refugee camp kills at least 6 Palestinians. It's just past 1600 GMT, that is 7 p.m. in Gaza, where people of the besieged enclave are once again blanketed in darkness for another night. There's no electricity, no water, no food, and no hope at this hour. Israel continues its bombardment of heavily congested civilian areas throughout Gaza. Let's show you a strike that happened within the past hour. Israel's siege and bombardment has so far killed 3,785 Palestinians. Meanwhile, regional and world leaders are using diplomatic channels in the hopes of bringing humanitarian aid to the region's more than 2 million people. U.S. President Joe Biden says around 20 trucks will be permitted to go into Gaza from the Rafah crossing with Egypt on Friday. But aid organizations say that this is not enough and that there's no guarantee that it will then be distributed throughout Gaza. Well, Tarek Abu Azoum joins us live from Khan Yunis in Gaza. Tarek, what can you tell us about the latest strikes? We saw them live as they were happening in the last hour or so, and I understand that they hit around Gaza City.
Well, that's true. During the last hour, the Israeli bombardment of the Gaza Strip continued, bringing severe damage to different private and public sectors. The ongoing Israeli strikes brought catastrophic consequences on different life aspects. During the last hour, different bombardments really were overheard and took place in central the Gaza Strip, specifically in a Shijaiya neighborhood in the eastern areas of the Gaza Strip. These areas were heavily bombarded by the Israeli artillery and even by Israeli airstrikes. Those kinds of attacks are usually made in day and night, and they are carrying out these attacks on a daily basis. Due to this ongoing bombardment, different citizens were evacuated from the houses, moving to the southern areas of the besieged territory. Right now in Khan Yunis city, only more than 30 Palestinians today have been killed due to ongoing Israeli strikes on the region. Also, it's important to mention that the United Nations generally start to install different tents for Palestinians who were evacuated from the houses. Now, schools are not yet enough to host more than displaced people, because the number has jumped. More than 400,000 Palestinians were displaced from the houses. Now they started to set up different tents in order to host the displaced people. It's so similar to the refugee camp that had been earlier established in 1948. The ongoing strikes claimed the lives of more than 3,000 Palestinians and led to the injuries of more than 12,000 others till this current moment.
Are people talking about the aid that is expected to come into Gaza on Friday? Is that something that people, think could make a difference to their lives?
Well, generally, due to the Israeli ongoing closure of borders and the prevention of entry of any essential items to the besieged territory, people inside the Gaza Strip are really eager to have any kind of humanitarian aid in order to be able to cope with the current situation and with the ongoing crisis that really started since the early outbreak of this round of fighting. But 20 trucks are not yet enough for providing humanitarian supply and humanitarian assistance for more than 2.3 million Palestinians reside inside 365 kilometers. There are still more than hundreds of trucks in the Egyptian side waiting for further permission in order to have an entry to the Gaza Strip. People inside the Gaza Strip really need humanitarian aid and regular supplies in order to restore the shortage of food supplies, clean water sources, and even they need also medical supplies for the medical sector in order to keep providing treatment for thousands of Palestinians.
Tarek Abu Azoum reporting from the Gaza Strip, from inside the Gaza Strip. Thank you so much, Tarek, for that update. I want to show our viewers, I want to take a closer look at the Rafah crossing, which is the only border crossing between Egypt and the southern end of the Gaza Strip. So we need to get the geography right. It is the region's only lifeline to the outside world, but supplies coming into Gaza through Rafah require Israeli approval. And it's not big, it's only for small vehicles, the Rafah crossing that you see here, and for movement of people. The other crossing in the south of the Gaza Strip is Karem Abu Salem. This is where the borders of Egypt, Israel, and Gaza all meet, which means Israel does control it directly. Hundreds of tons of aid from several countries have been held up on the Egyptian side of the border, waiting for one of the crossings to open and then be able to deliver that aid into Gaza. My colleague, Sami Zaidan, spoke to Benoit Carpentier. He's a spokesperson for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies in Geneva, and he told us about the difficulty of providing aid to 2 million Palestinians under siege.
we are talking about 2 million people that are basically in need of everything. So 20 trucks will be a drop in the ocean. It needs to be much more than that. Obviously, we do welcome any aid entering in the country, but we will have to have much more than that to be able to fit the needs of all the people that are in Gaza, those that are in the south, but all those that have stayed more up north.
Israel has bombed the Rafah crossing before. Do you know if it's even ready at this point to quickly, efficiently process aid?
No, it's very complicated to know exactly, and we don't even know the conditions. I mean, what we know is that there's, for any humanitarian aid action distribution, there needs to be safety. We need to make sure that the area where the aid is going, the passage where whatever convoy will come is safe. And then we need safety for the people for the civilians that will be receiving the aid, and for the health workers that will be distributing it. So it's still very unclear on all the conditions around this opening.
Initially, the diplomatic discussions were about a ceasefire. Then it shifted and watered down to a humanitarian pause in fighting. As far as you know, as an aid organization, has anyone given you any guarantees, any commitments that there will not be airstrikes when you're supposed to be receiving and distributing aid?
No, I don't think we have any commitment at this stage, at least, and it's probably negotiations ongoing. But we've seen over the last 10 days, the bombing has been ongoing. We've lost tragically 4 of our paramedics from the Palestinian Red Crescent while they were carrying their duty, trying to save lives. So this is when people are being injured or dead while they are helping people. It's terrible for us, because they are really trying to do their job the best they can. They are in hospitals, in 2 hospitals in Gaza, and they refuse to leave because they are trying to help their patients, the people that they're taking care of for now days and weeks.
I'm joined by Sultan Barakat on set. You're a professor of public policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University right here in Qatar. We need to talk about the politics of this aid, because materially speaking, you heard our guest, he says that this is a drop in the ocean compared to the needs of 2.2 million people. Again, 20 trucks, 2.2 million people doesn't take, a specialist in humanitarian aid to know that it's not very much at all. Israel, the US, and Egypt, all 3 involved in this aid deal. What does each want to get out of this? How do they look at this?
Well, it's a face-saving exercise. It's a small token to first take the pressure a little bit off Egypt, because the public opinion, both in Egypt, regionally and internationally, is building up, questioning the fact that Egypt has been closing the border. Not just now, they've been closing it at the request of Israel with the arrangement of the United States for years. So the fact that now they've come under pressure, this helps the Egyptian government a little bit, that we have managed, we're bringing some aid in. And this is why much of the aid is actually sourced within Egypt.
So they can show that they're helping the Palestinians.
They can show that they're doing their part for now. Israel shows that it still has a humane face and recognizes the international law, particularly after the visit by the various leaders saying to Israel, we are supporting you, but within the confines of the international law. So they're allowing aid. And of course, the United States is showing that the visit by Biden was not wasted. He went in, he was relatively even-handed. He also cared about the Palestinian victims, and he has managed single-handedly to put pressure on Israel to allow aid in. But beyond that, I don't think it's going to serve any major purpose.
Okay, that's where we are on the aid. It's expected Friday, so we'll going to have to keep a close eye on whether it can go through the Rafah crossing, by the way, because Israel would need to stop its bombardments for the aid to be able to be distributed. So that's something we're keeping a close eye on. Stay with us, because we need to talk diplomacy, even as we continue to keep an eye on the skies over Gaza, where it's now 10 minutes past 7 p.m. Locally. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in West Jerusalem. Sunak described Tuesday's strike on the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza as a watershed moment. He's pushing for humanitarian aid to be delivered to Gaza as soon as possible. Sunak is next due to meet with Saudi Arabian leaders in Riyadh.
We also recognize that the Palestinian people are victims of Hamas too. And that is why I welcome your decision yesterday that you took to ensure that routes into Gaza will be opened for humanitarian aid to enter. I'm glad that you made that decision. We will support it. We're increasing our aid to the region, and we will look to get more support to people as quickly as we can. The last thing for me to close on is this. You describe this as Israel's darkest hour. Well, then it's for me to say I'm proud to stand here with you in Israel's darkest hour. As your friend, we will stand with you in solidarity. We will stand with your people, and we also want you to win.
We will stand with your people, and we also want you to win. The words of the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Mohammed Jamjoom is live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. You've been covering this all day. What's your main takeaway from this Sunak visit, Mohammed?
Cyril, Rishi Sunak clearly giving unwavering support to Israel, reiterating the stance of the UK that Israel has the right to defend itself, but also saying that operations should be conducted under the auspices of international law. Now, that is interesting because many would say that the fact that Israel has cut off food, fuel, and water to the Gaza Strip, that is a violation of international law. And yet there was no mention of that by Sunak in his remarks. Now, this visit today, again, clearly to show solidarity with Israel, but also on the top of Sunak's agenda was trying to ensure that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza. Now, fact of the matter is, you have these public declarations by Sunak. Obviously, he's concerned that humanitarian aid is not getting in, and yet, all throughout the past few hours, we're talking about the continued bombardment of Gaza. The bombs continue to drop, the air raid continues, the humanitarian crisis gets more dire by the hour. Now, you also heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who of course thanked Rishi Sunak for coming here. He said this was Israel's darkest hour and that Israel would continue to need the support of Rishi Sunak and others. Now, clearly that's an indication from Netanyahu that he is aware that in the months ahead, the days, weeks, and months ahead, that Israel is going to face increased criticism from the international community, and that in order to go forward, they are going to need to continue to have the backing of people like Sunak. Sunak's visit came just a day after U.S. President Joe Biden was in Israel. Joe Biden expressed his support as well. But this was an important visit for Netanyahu, but clearly there is concern about where this is going to go in the days ahead. Cyril?
Mohammed, you and others raised the very valid question of Israeli bombardments when aid is delivered, right? This is expected to be on Friday. Rafah crossing opens, aid goes through, the 20 trucks go through, and then aid is somehow distributed. Actually, there's a big question mark around that. But anyway, aid goes into Rafah. Of course, this all becomes extremely dangerous if the bombardments continue, especially around Rafah. So my question is, did Sunak get any guarantees that the airstrikes would stop while the aid is being delivered?
It's an important question, and there was nothing stated publicly by either Sunak that he got those guarantees or by Netanyahu that he made those guarantees. Clearly, it's very clear that in the course of the past 48 hours, that Western leaders are putting pressure behind the scenes on Netanyahu to ensure that if that humanitarian corridor opens, if aid starts getting into Gaza, that the airstrikes need to stop at least temporarily, because the last thing they want to see is perhaps an aid convoy being targeted or an aid convoy being bombed. So they would like to get those reassurances. They are applying pressure behind the scenes on Netanyahu to try to get those assurances. But it does not look as though those assurances have come through yet. And that's something that's concerning them. It's especially concerning to somebody like Sunak, who has been facing pressure from the public in the UK, there's many people who are against what's going on in Gaza. And so he's worried about the political ramifications of all this going forward. Another thing that Sunak has on the top of his agenda is he wants to ensure that British nationals, dual nationals, that are stuck in Gaza can actually cross through the Rafah crossing and get out of Gaza. That has not happened as of yet. And we should also mention, Cyril, that we just heard in the past hour from a spokesperson for Sunak who said that 9 British nationals died in that Hamas attack in southern Israel, and that there were at least 7 others that are still missing. Cyril?
And Mohammed, thank you for all of that. I want to draw our viewers' attention to what we're showing top right on our screen, because that's a bombardment. It's not live. It was about an hour ago in the previous hour, but it's an Israeli bombardment near Gaza. That's the aftermath. You see the massive plume of smoke, and you can only guess at how much damage there was. And that highlights the importance of that question we were asking. Are those strikes going to continue when the aid is delivered? Because if so, it will seriously hinder the any kind of delivery, or let alone distribution of aid. Sultan Barakat, going back to you, I'd like your take on this Sunak visit, right on the heels of the Biden visit.
Yes, I mean, he's in a very difficult position. He probably presides over a very weak government, as it is back home. The last few years for the Conservatives have been extremely messy, start with the Brexit, the COVID, etc. And it is all made worse for him by the fact that a few days ago, Israel hit an Anglican hospital. And this particular hospital has been warned. I mean, the Anglican Church was warned to evacuate the hospital a few days earlier. The Archbishop of Canterbury put out a statement warning everyone that there is a threat of hitting this hospital. Then the hospital gets hit. And I suspect, as a minority leader who's practiced Hindu, he will be thinking about the majority population in his country, the voices on the street, the Anglican Church, everything else. And this maybe explains a little bit the moderation in the language of support that is given to Israel, and the emphasis he placed on international humanitarian law. And these statements that he made after the bombing are very different from the ones before.
To be clear, we heard his last words in that clip that we played. He said, "We fully support you and we hope we win. We hope you win."
I mean, that hope you win is a very unfortunate statement, because neither them nor him have defined what is a win in this particular war.
That's a very good point, yeah.
So he could have done without that last sentence, I think, and he will probably regret it. But nevertheless, he's in a very difficult position at the moment. Britain has a particular historical responsibility in what's going on in Gaza.
1917?
And before.
The British Protectorate?
Yes. And the Balfour Declaration and everything else, the occupation that happened in 1948 and so on. But it is clear now that he will be facing a lot of questioning back home based on this visit.
It will be, you're right, it will be interesting to see the domestic fallout of that. Stay with us, because you've helped us dissect what's happening around the aid, the politics of the aid that we think will be delivered to Gaza on Friday, which is tomorrow. I'm getting my days mixed up, sorry. Long days on Friday. We've talked about this Sunak visit. Stay with us, because we're also going to talk about what's happening at the northern Israeli border with Lebanon. Israeli airstrikes have targeted areas close to villages in southern Lebanon. Missiles were fired at Hezbollah positions near Kafr Shuba. Israel has evacuated towns along the border with Lebanon after repeated exchanges of fire. Zaina Khoda reports from southern Lebanon.
Israel's military says it's targeting Hezbollah positions across the border in Lebanon. It's facing a guerrilla war. The Iranian-backed Lebanese armed group has been attacking Israeli military positions along the border, as well as tanks using precision-guided missiles. The warring sides have been trading fire along what has been an active front line since Israel started to attack Gaza more than a week ago. Hezbollah joined the battle after a call by its ally Hamas, but it's very much limiting its response within the rules of engagement established since its last war with Israel in 2006. Israel says it doesn't want to be dragged into war on a second front, but it has threatened to respond forcefully if attacked.
To engage Hezbollah in a full-scale war, it's a very risky thing. It is not popular among the Lebanese population first, and it has to have a green light from the Iranian regime, because that might create a new dynamics in the Middle East altogether. So a decision of that scale, it has to be cleared by both the Iranian leadership and maybe the Syrians as well.
Hezbollah has said it's not neutral in the conflict. Its backer, Iran, has repeatedly warned of a war that would engulf the whole region if attacks against Gaza continue. But the so-called axis of resistance hasn't said what their red line is, except that Gaza will not fall. In other words, Hamas will not fall. A decision by Hezbollah to enter the war with its full military capabilities could depend on how long its ally can sustain Israeli attacks on its own. Iran and its allies across the region are now focusing their anger on the U.S. administration. They say it has given Israel free rein to carry out war crimes against the Palestinians. Since then, there have been reports of attacks on the U.S. military presence in Iraq and Syria.
And it exerts on the Americans additional pressure to tell them that, if this war happens, it will not be in any way a conventional war. It will have no limits, no borders, and attacks on Israel and its backers can be from anywhere.
For the time being, there is heated rhetoric while all sides appear to be weighing the risks and benefits of confrontation. But what appears to be shaping up is a protracted cross-border war of attrition. Zana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Southern Lebanon.
Let's get more on this. We can talk now to Ali Hashem, who joins me from Nakura in southern Lebanon. Ali, I feel like we have to ask you the same question every day, which is what's happening where you are. And the reason we have to do that is because we wonder if one day what we see might be a tipping point between Lebanon, specifically Hezbollah, and Israel.
Well, Cyril, this is a flashpoint now. For the past 10 days, on a daily basis, there are attacks by Hezbollah and also the Palestinian factions on Israeli military posts across the 120 kilometers borders. From Nakura here, where we are standing on the Mediterranean, to the occupied, as the Lebanese government regards, Shebaa Farms and Kfar Shuba on the Syrian and Israeli borders. These attacks, for example, today, there have been more than 5 attacks. There was an attack on the naval base here, it's dark now, just behind me, and on the hills there are several other military posts that are mainly for communication, for interception. And Hezbollah seems to be keen not only on hitting tanks, but also on hitting the Israeli communication system on the border, hitting cameras, hitting interception apparatuses, and so on. So this situation is accumulating day after day. The tension, as we've been saying, is just escalating. But there's a main goal. The main goal is preventing a ground offensive in Gaza, or trying to create a reason for this ground offensive to be weaker than it should be. How is that happening? By increasing the pressure, and I think that we are right now in phase 2 of the pressure, because if we are to compare what's the situation today, of course today also we have 20 rockets being launched from the Lebanese border towards Israel, and they were claimed by Hamas. There was also another barrage that was launched towards Kiryat Shmona, and there are 3 people injured. So what's the reason behind that? Is that getting more enforcements to the Lebanese border, to the northern front. Why? Because this would mean Israel is going to lessen its military on the borders with Hamas for the other border that's on the Lebanese side. So this is a tactic, as we can see for now, but how much Hezbollah can also sustain and how much this can continue to be contained and not get out of control, this is a big question, especially if we see more human price and if Hezbollah's phase 3 maybe gets stronger. This is going to be, there's a big question about how Israel is going to deal with that. Yesterday only, I'm not going to take more time, yesterday only there were 2 airstrikes here where we are in Nakura, and there were loud blasts that were heard. The Israeli military planes were hitting targets for Hezbollah here in Nakura, and also there were other 2 strikes in Kfar Kila to the east and Kfar Shuba.
Ali Hashem reporting from Nakura in southern Lebanon. Thank you very much for all of that, Ali, even as we keep an eye on the
screen top right there for our viewers is the Lebanon-Israel border, the live shot. We continue to keep a close eye, close watch on it. Sultan Barakat, something I wanted to ask you about this. Do you foresee a possible widening of the conflict at Israel's northern border?
Not to the scale that people are anticipating. And the reason for that, I think Hezbollah today is very different from Hezbollah 2006 war, the 34 days with Israel. Since then, Hezbollah has entered the war in Syria. Since then, Israel has systematically undermined its chain of supply from Iran, from Syria to Hezbollah, and assassinated many of its leaders. So it has been really challenged structurally. Also, in terms of legitimacy within the Lebanese society, Hezbollah got into a number of troubles, including the explosion of the harbor in 2020 and the accusation that were around its involvement in stocking the explosive and so on. So domestically, it's not in its best shape to take on Israel. In addition to that, in the last few months, Hezbollah kind of normalized. It's not normalized. It's better, maybe the maritime, the borders between Israel and Hezbollah. They kind of
it was this around the gas deal.
They recognized them in order to share the gas return from the gas fields, from the sea fields. Now that has really changed the nature of Hezbollah fundamentally. I think from what we have, the image we have from the 2006. Now, would they enter a war on their own? I doubt it. But if Iran decides, this is where the real elephant in the room, Iran. Yes. Iran, had they really wanted to inflict harm on Israel, they would have done it in the first 24 hours. When Israel was confused, on its knees, not knowing what's going on, the 7th, 8th of October, that would have been the chance for Iran to mobilize Hezbollah. They didn't, and as such, I don't think they intend to do a war against Israel.
But all the statements coming out of Iran on that topic have been careful, don't go any further, or there may be an escalation. Any one of the armed groups in the region may escalate this. But they haven't, as you point out, they haven't done so. If they were looking for an excuse to escalate a conflict, I think
with
this
all due
war
respect
has
to Iranian
provided plenty of
politics,
excuses.
I mean, they've always used Palestine as an excuse to mobilize.
But that's what I'm saying. This war has provided plenty of excuses already.
They fought Iraq for 10 years to liberate Jerusalem. So there is this issue. It's always been the case. Now, if they really want, they would have done it. Now, there is another alternative which will tie a lot of Israeli resources in the north of the country and will drain the public support, and that is to continue in this low-level engagement that is going on at the moment. It's a high risk, but it's probably something that Hezbollah will pursue.
Sultan Barakat, Professor of Public Policy at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. Thank you very much for joining us in the studio this hour.
Thank you.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, we'll have continued special coverage of the war on Gaza as the conflict continues for a 13th day. Quick break. We're back after this.
Brought to you by Visit Qatar.
Hello there. Here's how it's looking right across Asia on Friday. Quiet for Pakistan, but we could see some showers coming in off the Caspian Sea for Tehran at 23 degrees for sure. More cloud cover in the mix there. Also quiet in India, but I got to point this out. We've got this developing in the Arabian Sea. This could be our first post-monsoon cyclone of the season in the Arabian Sea. So I'm going to put this several days forward. Now on Monday, we could see a potential landfall in southeast Yemen. So we'll keep tabs on that. Meantime, we've got our tropical storm in the Gulf of Tonkin, and it's pretty much just swirling around this area, wringing out its moisture over China's Yunnan province. So quite a bit of rain to come here. Could see some flooding. Meantime, a northerly wind has really knocked back those temperatures in Guangxi province. So Guilin, 19 degrees, that's below average for this time of the year. Then there's this weather maker that's coming crashing into Japan. This is a cold front, so it's going to give us rain, wind, and drop down those temperatures. Already we can see what it's done to the Korean Peninsula, temperatures in the teens. So if I put this a day forward, there's that drop in temperatures for Tokyo, 21. That's below average. And it's our usual showers and storms for both Sumatra Island and Borneo Island. See you later.
The weather, brought to you by Visit Qatar.
From intimate moments
to major social changes. From man's impact on the planet to the impact of man on himself.
30 years with depression, and it's really hard to give yourself love.
Witness award-winning films from around the world on Al Jazeera.
His writings inspired Gaza's 2018 Great March of Return. But when Israel met the non-violent protests with bloodshed, hundreds were killed and thousands injured. In the face of such suffering, can a man still stand by his peaceful beliefs? Gaza, between fire and sea. Witness on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Our headlines this hour. Israel is continuing its bombardment of heavily congested civilian areas throughout Gaza. Its siege and attacks on the enclave have so far killed 3,785 Palestinians. Israel has agreed to allow 20 trucks of humanitarian aid into Gaza from the Rafah border crossing with Egypt on Friday, but aid organizations say that this is not enough and there's no guarantee it will even be distributed. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in West Jerusalem. Sunak described Tuesday's strike on the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza as a watershed moment. He is due to meet Saudi Arabian leaders next. Israeli forces have killed 9 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank on Thursday. The military raided multiple locations, including Nur Shams refugee camp in Tulkarem. At least 74 Palestinians have now been killed in the occupied West Bank since October the 7th. Nida Ibrahim reports from Ramallah.
For the first time in years, a Palestinian refugee camp is under Israeli curfew. A raid that began in the early hours of Thursday in Nur Shams near Tulkarem in the north of the occupied West Bank is showing no signs of ending. Israeli forces have declared the area a closed military zone, bulldozing roads, cutting off water and electricity, and turning homes into military posts. This video was filmed in the first hours of the raid. 16-year-old Taham Hamid is shot. His father tries to help him. He too is shot. The father was evacuated. The son bled to death. The Palestinian Red Crescent told Al Jazeera it took paramedics more than 90 minutes to get to Taha, but it was too late.
They're making our job harder. We still can't get into the injured people inside the camp, including children.
Nur Shams refugee camp houses dozens of Palestinian fighters and is regularly targeted by Israeli forces searching for armed groups. But the majority of Palestinians are unarmed. Israeli forces exchange fire with some fighters. Israeli army radio said it targeted a group of fighters with a drone. Palestinians have been killed as a result.
The refugee camp has been undergoing a tough campaign by the Israeli forces. For months now, they've been damaging the infrastructure, arresting people, raiding homes and destroying roads, which increases people's suffering.
More than 120 Palestinians have been arrested in raids across the occupied West Bank, killing and injuring several others.
Palestinians here say they're united in grief with Gaza. 2 funeral processions are making their way through the streets of Ramallah. One is for a 21-year-old Palestinian who has been killed by an Israeli settler after attacking his village. The other is for a 32-year-old Palestinian who was killed in confrontations with Israeli forces.
Arrests too have soared since the beginning of this escalation. The Prisoners' Society says Israeli forces have detained at least 850 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. People here say it's bringing back painful memories of the Second Intifada, when Israelis invaded the occupied West Bank in the early 2000s. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah. the occupied West Bank.
Mustafa al-Barghouti, Secretary General of the Palestinian National Initiative and former Information Minister, joins us from Ramallah. Sir, as our correspondence report has shown, there's been a very sharp increase in the number of Palestinians in the occupied West Bank killed or jailed by Israeli forces since the start of the war in Gaza. How do you interpret that?
It's the same Israeli terrorist campaign that they are conducting on the people of Gaza. They are also doing it in the West Bank. And so far, we had more than 750 people arrested only during the last week. And the number continues to increase too, because every night they are arresting more people. But the new development is that now they are targeting camps and targeting Palestinian communities with serious attacks like what happened today in Nur Shams camp. Up till now, 12 people were killed by the Israeli army, mostly civilians and non-combatants. And the number will increase probably because there are a number of people who are seriously injured. This is a vicious attack against a civilian refugee camp, and this could extend to other areas. Let me also tell you that we are not facing only the army and its brutal attacks on Palestinian people, but also the Israeli settlers. These illegal settlers are conducting series of terrorist attacks on different Palestinian communities. One of the results of that has been the eviction of no less than 20 Palestinian communities who were forced out of their sites because of Israeli settler terror, supported and helped by the Israeli army. In some villages like Kusra, as you know, several people were killed by the settlers themselves.
But equally, one could have expected that Israel wouldn't want to inflame tensions in the occupied West Bank at this particular time.
On the contrary, they consider themselves in a campaign against all Palestinian people, and that shows you that their claim of attacking Gaza because of Hamas, as they say, is not true. They're attacking Palestinians because they are Palestinians. They're attacking Palestinians because they have very clear political aim of ethnic cleansing of all of Gaza Strip, and if they succeed with that, their next goal will be ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in the West Bank. They actually started the ethnic cleansing in the West Bank by trying to evict people from Area C, which is no less than 60% of the West Bank. This is a campaign against the Palestinian people, a campaign against our right to be free, our right to have a state of our own, and it's a campaign against the human rights of every Palestinian. But of course, nothing is to be compared at this very moment with the atrocities that are committed in Gaza, where an act of genocide is going on, an act of collective punishment is happening, and an act of ethnic cleansing, three of which should be considered and are considered crimes of war.
Is this perhaps a turning point for the president of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas? Are the events in Gaza reinforcing him or weakening his hand?
I think that he has been weakened mainly by Israel, which marginalized him, marginalized the authority, had no respect for his authority, refused even to talk to him or negotiate with him all these years. And he is also being discredited by Netanyahu, who the other day attacked him, claiming that he's a supporter of Hamas, as Netanyahu said. So, but what weakens the Palestinian Authority is mainly they're taking a marginal stand in what's happening in relationship to Gaza, and the fact that they have failed up till this moment in taking the step towards unifying Palestinians, unifying all Palestinian resources, unifying all Palestinian forces and groups, the Palestinian society in standing up to the terrible aggression in Gaza. One more also weakening point is sometimes the behavior as the security forces did towards the Palestinians who are demonstrating against the atrocity in Gaza. This lack of respect to human rights, of course, also weakens them a lot.
Mustafa Barghouti, thank you very much for joining us from the occupied West Bank today.
Thank you.
Now, on Wednesday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu used an example of American deaths to show the impact of Hamas's attack on October 7th on Israel. Presenting the numbers to the U.S. president, he said that Hamas fighters killed 1,400 Israelis and that In a country of fewer than 10 million people, Israel, this would be the equivalent to more than 50,000 Americans being killed in one day. But Israel has killed 3,785 Palestinians since October the 7th. And if we were to use that same logic, then it would mean that in a blockaded area of more than 2 million people in Gaza, Israel would have killed more than 500,000 Americans. Earlier, my colleague Sami Zaidan spoke to the deputy mayor of Jerusalem, Fleur Hassan Nahum, and he asked her if she condemned the killing of 7 children in an Israeli airstrike. Here's what she had to say.
I think any child that dies in the process of war is tragic. They didn't do anything. But I feel very, very aggrieved at the 200 hostages that Hamas have who are victims of a war crime. One thing is war, and things happen not purposefully. The Israeli army does not target Palestinian children. Unfortunately, Hamas uses them as human shields and puts them in strategic places so that they can say, look what the Israelis did. But Hamas, the terrorist genocidal group run by Iran, they actually purposely target children and women, raping women, beheading babies. And let me tell you what that we found today, an autistic 14-year-old
I do have to jump in. I'm sorry, I do need to jump in because you haven't answered the question, Fleur. I didn't ask you about what Hamas is doing. Let me repeat. I'm not asking you whether it's tragic. Let me just, this is how an interview works, Fleur. Let me pose the question to you, please. Do you condemn the Israeli military's killing of 7 children of the al-Bakri family? I'm not asking you if you think it's tragic. I'm not asking you how you feel about Hamas's attacks. We have condemned, and I've given very hard interviews on October the 8th to Hamas officials, but I'm asking you to answer the question. Do you condemn the killing of 7 children, yes or no?
I think it's tragic that 7 children died today. It doesn't matter who they are, whether they're Palestinian or Israeli.
So
yes.
Viewers will notice, Fleur, that you are not condemning the Israeli military's killing of 7 children. How would you respond to those who say, well, let me finish the question, Fleur. Let me finish the question. How would you? No, I haven't finished the question. Please, this is how a conversation works. How would you respond to those who will say that by failing to condemn what international, let me read to you a statement by Amnesty International concerning the killings of children. It says on October the 19th, it's saying, okay, we'll come to whether they're neutral or not. They're saying, quote, they're concerned about violations of international humanitarian law by Israeli forces in Gaza. They go on to reference airstrikes, pounding residential buildings, killing children. They are blaming Israeli forces, not Hamas, not human shields, for killing Israeli children, Palestinian children. By not recognizing that, how do you respond to those who say you're not giving the same value to Palestinian babies and children as you are to Israelis?
That's not true. And let me tell you what the difference is. When you're condemning means that somebody went and purposefully did something. The Israeli army does not purposely go to kill children. Unfortunately, children and adults and all people can be the casualties of war. There's a difference between being a casualty of war, which is tragic, and going and purposefully targeting children. And that I would condemn whoever did that.
So what you're then telling viewers, Fleur, is you've dismissed Amnesty as not neutral.
Yes, I've dismissed Amnesty
Let me finish, please, Fleur. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, Fleur. You must let me ask the question, please. So what you're saying to viewers is that what B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights organization, says when it talks about a criminal policy of revenge is underway in its October the 10th statement, by giving an order to prefer, quote, to prefer damage over precision has been carried out and saying this constitutes, quote, war crimes openly ordered by top Israeli officials. Are you saying also B'Tselem are wrong and they don't know how to assess the situation?
Categorically, they're wrong, because we warn people. We warn the people of northern Gaza to move to southern Gaza specifically and precisely because we know that the Hamas infrastructure, there's a whole city underground full of weapons, full of rocket launchers. And because we didn't want innocent civilians in harm's way, we asked them to move out of the way. So yes, I condemn Amnesty International, which everybody knows is biased and corrupt to its core, and B'Tselem, who've lost their marbles.
Teresa Bow is in the Israeli coastal city of Ashkelon, where troops have amassed near the border with Gaza.
We're here in the city of Ashkelon. It is around 50 kilometers away from Tel Aviv, 13 kilometers away from Gaza. This is one of the most attacked cities in Israel by rockets coming from Gaza. We've been told that around 200 rockets landed here. You can see some of the damage in the buildings around this area, in the cars. Most of the people we have spoken to say they're in shock, still trying to recover with what happened here. We've been talking to some of the people in the municipality, and they believe that the situation will only get worse.
We are waiting for the next steps of the army, and upon that we will act. So I'm not in the army anymore, so I cannot share what is going to happen, but we know that it's not going to be a short cycle. By all means, and by all signs, it's going to be weeks, months, whatever. It looks like we are not going to give up before we can go back to a safe zone.
Here in southern Israel, there's a clear buildup. We have seen tanks and armored vehicles and soldiers getting to this part of the country. The government has extended the military zone. A few days ago, we were able to make it closer to the border with Gaza. Now we're not able to do that. Most of the towns around all of these areas have been evacuated, or there's only military personnel or security personnel or officials. It's not clear yet whether a ground offensive will take place, but certainly there's lots and lots of military forces that are facing Gaza, getting ready for what it looks like a ground invasion. Most of the people we have spoken to here say that they do support a ground invasion, and what is evident is that everyone here is getting ready for a next stage of this war. Teresa Bow, Al Jazeera, Ashkelon.
There have been protests around the world in support of the Palestinian people, and some of the largest have been in Jordan's capital. Osama bin Javed is in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Osama, what's the latest on the protests that we can see behind you?
Well, we're a few hundred meters away from the Israeli embassy. Today, what is different is that Jordanian authorities have blocked all roads that go towards the Israeli embassy. As in the last 48 hours, you've seen these protests grow and grow and grow after that hospital attack in Gaza. Now they're being told to protest in the square near one of the most popular mosques here, and people have been coming here in numbers. Let me just move out of the shot so you can actually feel the energy of this crowd, which was a few dozen people and now has grown to a couple of hundred people, and more people are coming. There's a large police presence here, and as we've been witnessing in the last few days, people are angry, and this has become an avenue of expression for a lot of people, that it becomes a mourning space for them where they come and mourn their dead. It becomes a concert at times where they play their music, and then it also becomes an area where they show solidarity with the people of Gaza. Many of these people, more than 2 million refugees here in the Jordanian capital, have been displaced from the Palestinian territories, so they have relatives. We spoke to one man who's lost multiple members of his family. He stopped working because he said this cannot go on, and he cannot function like this anymore. So this is the atmosphere here in the Jordanian capital, on the diplomatic backdrop of the Jordanian king traveling to the city of Cairo, meeting the Egyptian president, and then also the German foreign minister here in the Jordanian capital as well. So a lot of effort from Arab countries who try and move the Israelis to cease the attacks on what they call civilian population, to allow in aid, And that seems to be a difference between Western diplomatic push, where the focus is on releasing prisoners and making sure that Hamas does not carry out any further attacks.
Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed live reporting on the protest that's behind you in the Jordanian capital. I can bring you another pro-Palestinian protest live. This is coming from the French capital in Paris, where people are demonstrating. You can see law enforcement in front of them that are blocking their way. Now, several pro-Palestinian protests that were planned and that were scheduled have been canceled by French authorities since the beginning of the Gaza war. The people in the Philippines have condemned Israel's strike on the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza. Barnaby Lowe was at one of the demonstrations in the south of the Philippines.
This hours-long gathering of Filipino Muslims here in Marawi City in the southern Philippines is the biggest protest on any issue anywhere in the Philippines in recent years. And they're all here to condemn the recent attack on a hospital in Gaza that killed hundreds of people. That happened on Tuesday. That prompted this protest. But this protest isn't just about that in particular. All throughout the protest, they have been chanting Free Palestine and Israeli occupation.
We lost our home during the Marawi siege. That really hurt, but I didn't lose any family. It must hurt more for Palestinians to lose loved ones.
And they say they understand the suffering of people in Gaza and Palestinians in general, because they also suffered a months-long siege back in 2017, a war between the Philippine government and militant elements. And this whole region of Mindanao was also witness to a decades-long separatist movement.
Not only they are targeting the civilians, but also those fleeing civilians, fleeing from Gaza.
And relations between the Philippines and Israel, already decades long. 30,000 migrant Filipino workers in Israel. 4 have died in this conflict, but at least Filipinos in Israel have the choice between coming back to the Philippines or staying in Israel if they feel that it's safe for them there. But 135 Filipinos in Gaza, they feel that they're trapped. The northern area of Gaza being bombarded, now the southern part of Gaza also being bombarded, where most of these Filipinos are waiting to cross into Egypt. Most of these Filipinos are wives, children, and grandchildren of Palestinians. They call Gaza their home. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Marawi City in the southern Philippines.
South Africa's governing party, the African National Congress, has long supported the Palestinian cause. President Cyril Ramaphosa says Israel's actions in Gaza amount to a near genocide. International pressure has been mounting on Israel to allow a humanitarian corridor into Gaza. Famida Miller reports from Johannesburg.
Since the outbreak of the war on Gaza, several protests supporting Palestinians have been held in the South African cities of Johannesburg and Cape Town, where the grandson of anti-apartheid icon and former President Nelson Mandela voiced his support.
Palestinians are counting on each and every one of us to stand and be counted, like they stood side by side with us.
The governing African National Congress, credited with liberating South Africa from an apartheid regime, has for decades supported a two-state solution and a free Palestine. The Palestine Liberation Organization supported the ANC during its years in exile and Mandela's time in prison. While the government here has expressed regret at the loss of both Palestinian and Israeli lives, the country's history of apartheid continues to guide the ANC's policies.
We've called on the international community, the United Nations, and all other concerned international bodies to make sure that peace is installed in Palestine and that the Israeli government is directed at withdrawing this command of getting people out of the northern part of Gaza, because it is in the end going to amount to almost genocide.
Ramaphosa has called for a peaceful resolution.
In 2017, South Africa downgraded its ties with Israel in response to what it described as human rights abuses against Palestinians. The Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Naledi Pandor, says Israel is illegally occupying Palestinian land. She recently spoke to Hamas leaders and offered humanitarian aid.
But the South African government's stance has been criticized by some pro-Israeli lobby groups, which have reacted with anger.
After the massacre of Hamas on the innocent lives of Israelis in Israel, we've been exceptionally disappointed with the government. They, first of all, they only condemned Israel originally, then they only sent condolences, and then eventually they have condemned Hamas. But I think for us, it's been incredibly concerning that our Minister of Durka, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Naledi Pandor, had a call with Hamas.
Meanwhile, anger and criticism against the Israeli government is growing, with several civil society organizations garnering support for a global anti-apartheid movement. Famida Miller, Al Jazeera, Johannesburg.
And that just about does it for this news hour. We will be back in a moment with a full roundup of the latest developments in the Israel-Gaza war. The key developments today include continued Israeli bombardments on the Gaza Strip, including a strike that killed 7 children of the al-Bakri family. Also on our radar, the 20 trucks of humanitarian aid that are expected to cross from Rafah, to cross the Rafah crossing from Egypt into Israel. And that, of course, comes with a critical question. Will Israeli bombardments be suspended to allow the delivery of aid? Also on our radar, the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, who was visiting Israel and meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, earlier today. We're back in a moment with more news. Stay with Al Jazeera.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Israel says their objective is to completely eliminate Hamas, not just their capability.
Informed opinions.
Large numbers of civilians killed, including children, the cutting of electricity. This is a clear war crime.
Frank assessments.
Quite frankly, China's position is it's not going to get involved in anything militarily. They're going to continue to call for peace and talks.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani International Anti-Corruption Excellence Award. Nominate your hero now.
The latest news as it breaks.
We were asked to evacuate Gaza and the northern Gaza Strip to the south. The bombardments in the south have still been ongoing.
With detailed coverage.
More rockets constantly being fired from Gaza. Been intercepted by the Iron Dome.
From around the world.
Demonstrators have come out in force in support of the Palestinians. You can see the street has been taken over for at least 2 blocks.
The vindication of state terrorism and a provocation ahead of the presidential elections in October.
With fearless journalism and in-depth coverage, Al Jazeera's teams on the ground bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Israeli airstrikes continue to pummel Gaza, including the south, where civilians were told to relocate to escape the onslaught. I'm Cyril Vanier. It's good to have you with us. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, a desperate need for humanitarian aid. People across Gaza wait for the arrival of 20 trucks carrying food, water, and medicine. The UK Prime Minister
absolutely support Israel's right to defend itself in line with international law, to go after Hamas.
The UK Prime Minister meets Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel ahead of more talks in Saudi Arabia.
And violence intensifies in the occupied West Bank. An Israeli raid on a refugee camp kills at least 6 Palestinians. Well, it's just past 1700 GMT, that is 8 p.m. in Gaza, where people of the besieged enclave are once again blanketed in darkness for another night. There's no electricity, no water, no food, and no hope. Israel continues its bombardment of heavily congested civilian areas throughout Gaza, which has so far killed 3,785 Palestinians. Nearly 25% of homes in Gaza have been damaged, and 59 healthcare facilities have been hit. That's according to the United Nations. Meanwhile, regional and world leaders are using diplomatic channels in the hopes of bringing humanitarian aid to the region's more than 2 million people. U.S. President Joe Biden says around 20 trucks will be permitted to go into Gaza from the Rafah crossing with Egypt on Friday. But aid organizations say that this is not enough and that there's no guarantee it will even be distributed. Rasul Sardar has more.
Palestinians trapped in Gaza find nowhere safe. Israeli airstrikes are hitting several areas across the densely populated region, including its southern parts, which Israel had declared safe.
We came from Gaza City. They told us to come to the south, so we came to the south. We found that the strikes intensified in the south. We stayed in a house. In front of us were strikes, and behind us, strikes. There's no safety. There's nowhere safe in Gaza. You have to be ready to die and just to stay in your house.
Israel told Palestinians to leave northern Gaza and head to what were supposed to be safe zones in the south. But Khan Yunis, a city in southern Gaza where hundreds of thousands of Palestinians had sought shelter, was among the places hit by relentless Israeli airstrikes. Families are shattered and buildings are reduced to rubble. This family has lost at least 13 members, including children. The devastating bombardments on Khan Yunis came hours after Israel agreed to allow Egypt to deliver limited humanitarian aid to Gaza. Many of Gaza's 2.3 million residents have cut down to 1 meal a day and resorted to drinking dirty water as Israel cut off life-saving essentials. More than 100 trucks are waiting near the Rafah crossing on the Egyptian side, but it's not expected that aid will enter Gaza safely. The Rafah crossing is the only way for aid to enter the Strip. It has become a focus of the conflict between Israel and Hamas as the humanitarian crisis gets worse.
I came from Ismailia and have been here at the Rafah border crossing for our Palestinian brothers since the start of the war. We are staying here for Palestinians. We will not leave until the aid enters Palestine to Gaza.
The area near the Rafah crossing has been bombed twice by Israel since October 7. On Wednesday, Israeli raids on residential buildings in Rafah killed at least 20 Palestinians. Millions of Palestinians in Gaza are now waiting for much-needed humanitarian aid. But it seems unlikely to raise spirits in the besieged enclave, where Palestinians, more than everything else, are focused on surviving Israel's airstrikes. Rasul Sardar, Al Jazeera.
Tariq Abu Azum joins us live from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Tariq, that area has been under constant Israeli bombardment. What can you tell us and what have you been seeing?
Well, another bloody night of Israeli ongoing strikes really continue claiming the life till this current moment for more than 300 Palestinians just only today. The Israeli bombardment of the Gaza Strip continued in every single corner of the besieged territory. In Khan Yunis city, only 37 Palestinians were killed by the Israeli ongoing strikes. Different areas were hit during the past hour, including Jabalia refugee camp. This area is a very densely populated area, and the strike was close to a United Nations affiliated school, which is full of displaced people who really evacuated from the eastern areas of the Gaza Strip. Till this current moment, thousands and tens of thousands of Palestinians really evacuated the houses, moving forward to the southern areas of the besieged territory, while other people refused to evacuate the houses, to remain inside the houses simply because They feel that there is no any safe shelter inside the Gaza Strip. The majority of the Israeli victims, the majority of the Israeli attacks victims were young children and women. Today, I've heard a very horrific story from one of the doctors saying that he was treating a Palestinian kid. The Palestinian kid whispered in his ears, "Am I going to be okay?" The doctor tried to assure him that, yeah, you're going to be okay. The doctor asked the kid, "Why you are asking me that?" The kid answered, "Because my mother is blind and no one will take care of her after the death of the rest of my family members." This is the current situation inside the Gaza Strip.
Well, that's a heartbreaking story, of course, that you're bringing us. What are people saying about the aid that is supposed to come into Gaza tomorrow, Friday? We're talking about 20 trucks for 2 million people.
People inside the Gaza Strip, after 13 days of fighting, they really become really exhausted and tired. They're waiting for any humanitarian aid in order to mitigate the current crisis that they are experiencing. 20 trucks only are not yet enough to provide humanitarian aid for more than 2.3 million Palestinians who are residing inside a very small area in the besieged territory. Meanwhile, there are hundreds of trucks still in the Egyptian side waiting for further permissions in order to flow into the Gaza Strip. Yet only the shelters that are affiliated to the United Nations are full of residents who were displaced from their houses. According to the United Nations, more than 400,000 Palestinians are residing in schools affiliated to the UNRWA generally. So 20 trucks won't be really enough and still limited in order to mitigate the humanitarian crisis that is deteriorating day after day due to the Israeli ongoing closure of borders and the prevention of entry of any essential items for the besieged territory.
Tariq Abu Azoum, thank you for your reporting at 1700 GMT. It's just past 8 p.m. local where you are. Thank you. Now, the only hospital for cancer treatment in Gaza says that it could be forced to shut down because of Israel's continued siege. The Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital has already stopped some services like radiology. The fuel and medical aid shortages are affecting some 9,000 cancer patients who have nowhere else to go for treatment. The hospital is currently operating on a single local generator. Well, we can talk to Dr. Subi Skeik, director of the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship Hospital inside Gaza. So you're running this cancer ward. How long do you think you'll be able to continue treating your patients?
Good evening for everybody. You know, as it has been known to all of us, it is the 13th day of this massacre of genocide against Gaza. Already a lot of killed patients. We are approaching the number of 4,000, being killed, and injured patients. We are approaching the figure of 12,500, something like that. And still, many of the bodies are under the destructive houses and buildings. You know, we had already more than 44 health workers who has been targeted. Ambulance drivers, rescuers, and many of the nurses and the doctors while providing the service to their patients. We are having still about more than 70 injured health workers still. There are 4 hospitals already, as you have mentioned, really. They are out of services, and we cannot forget, I think, all the world. I think cannot forget that massacre 2 days ago, Al-Ahli Hospital, this hospital, Beit Hanoun and Al-Karama Hospital, and other ones, apart from other medical dispensaries. Now,
Doctor, if I could jump in, I understand, I'm told that you're at the hospital right now. So could you bring us into your reality, that reality of running this cancer ward? I mean, when you hang up after this interview, what's going to be your priority?
Yeah, my priority is to save my cancer patients in my place. In this Palestinian Turkish hospital, we are giving or providing the cancer care only for our patients. You know, it's known that more than 10,000 cancer patients are in Gaza. Currently, I am having more than 70, 75 or 80 in the morning. You know, there are many patients coming to the hospital during the day. We are inside the hospitals, and others are, are coming daily. On a routine basis, before the war, we are having more than 500 patients coming a day. referring more than 150 patients to be treated abroad because we are having a shortage of plenty of the needs for cancers. Now, just a couple of days ago, we have declared that in 48 hours, I mean, this is just, about, 30 hours ago, declared that there is, after a couple of days, there will be no more fuel in my hospital, this cancer hospital, to let the hospital being run to provide the service for cancer patients. Simply, we will not be able to prepare the drug medications, the chemotherapeutics for my patients to treat our patients. I will not be able, all the services. Yes, please, sir. Yeah.
Do you expect that you are going to get medical supplies from those 20 trucks of aid that are expected into Gaza tomorrow? Because they will be carrying, as we understand it, medical supplies. Do you think some of those will come to you and your patients?
Definitely. I think, those aids coming to Gaza, definitely they are thinking of the health of the patient. They are thinking to help the injured patients, but they have to think of the sick patients also. Talking those sick patients, the cancer patients, which are a huge number in my area. Those patients are suffering a lot, day and night. Most of my patients in the hospital now, they are bedridden. They are in pain day and night. They are in need for chemotherapeutics. They are in need for good monitoring in the hospital, in the intensive care unit, in the intermediate unit. They need to have some oxygen, some generator to give some oxygen for them. They need plenty of investigations, plenty of other resources just to let them thrive, to let them decrease their pain, what is called as palliative care. I mean, if my patient is having a pain or having any problem, I have to treat them. Those patients cannot be treated anywhere in Gaza except in this hospital, except in this Turkish hospital, which is providing the very basic service, currently speaking, to my cancer patients. Because already we are about 2 weeks of the war being run now. We are having very limited resources before the war. Even now, we are in a very big shortage of the drugs to the patients, and what will complicate the problem is no more fuel. So I cannot operate the machines which can prepare the drugs for my patients. I cannot prepare, this oxygen generators for my patients. I cannot operate my laboratory. It's a big problem. Even the water. This is connected to the electricity. If there's no electricity, no water, no sewage, no. A lot of the problems. So it is a big cry must be through your respected channel to the whole world. Please come and save cancer patients in Gaza. Please come and save the sick and injured patients in Gaza. This is as simple as that. Already to regulate my activities in the hospital, we have already reduced the electricity in many areas. The lifts in the hospital are being stopped. Lighting is being stopped. We are trying, to preserve what could be, minimal, at least to lengthen the area where I can provide. But
Doctor, thank you so much.
There will be no service for those patients. Definitely, they will die. And the cancer being spread in them, it's a terrible humanitarian. Another disaster, another genocide against the Gaza people to kill cancer patients this day. Cancer patients are being killed 3 times here in Gaza. By their cancer, by the disease itself, by the shortage which were there already because of the
Doctor, thank you very much.
Ugly restrictions, and now they are being short of drugs. We cannot provide, short of fuel, to let the service being given to them. So it is a complicated, complicated crime to let this patient being suffered.
I'm going to have to jump in, Doctor. But thank you so much for those explanations, for bringing us into your reality as a doctor who runs the only remaining cancer treatment and cancer ward in the Gaza Strip. And we'll check back in with you, after that aid has been delivered to see whether hospitals like yours do end up receiving that vital medical aid. Dr. Subiscate there, thank you. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in West Jerusalem. Sunak described Tuesday's strike on the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza as a watershed moment. He is pushing for humanitarian aid to be delivered to Gaza as soon as possible. Sunak is next due to meet with Saudi Arabian leaders in Riyadh.
We also recognise that the Palestinian people are victims of Hamas too. And that is why I welcome your decision yesterday that you took to ensure that routes into Gaza will be opened for humanitarian aid to enter. I'm glad that you made that decision. We will support it. We're increasing our aid to the region, and we will look to get more support to people as quickly as we can. The last thing for me to close on is this. You describe this as Israel's darkest hour. Well, then it's for me to say I'm proud to stand here with you in Israel's darkest hour. As your friend, we will stand with you in solidarity. We will stand with your people, and we also want you to win.
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom is live for us in occupied East Jerusalem. You've been covering this visit by the British Prime Minister, Mohammed. What's your main takeaway from all of this?
Cyril, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak expressing unwavering support for Israel. He reiterated the UK's stance that Israel has the right to defend itself, although he said that should happen under the auspices of international law. And what's interesting about that comment is the fact that many people would consider the fact that Israel has not allowed fuel or food or water into the Gaza Strip to be in breach of international law. But Rishi Sunak made no mention of that when he went on with his comments. Now, you heard in those remarks that you played in the intro to me that Sunak had talked about the fact that he was glad that Israel had agreed to allow aid coming from Egypt into the Gaza Strip. As far as we know, the earliest that aid can enter would be on Friday. You're talking about potentially 20 trucks, but that's not nearly enough to meet the needs of 2 million people in the Gaza Strip. Sunak would like there to be a humanitarian corridor. He would like there to be a de-escalation of violence. But he has not gotten that commitment as far as de-escalation of violence from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Sunak, again, expressing unwavering support for Israel, but he wants to see also that British nationals that are stuck in Gaza can leave via the Rafah crossing. That's not something that has happened yet. He wants to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza. That hasn't happened yet. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had said that this is Israel's darkest hour, and he had said that they will continue to need the support of Rishi Sunak and other Western leaders. Clearly an indication that Israeli leadership is aware that they are going to be facing mounting criticism from the international community about the campaign in Gaza and what's to come, and that they want to make sure that they continue to get the backing of leaders like Sunak and U.S. President Joe Biden, who visited Israel just yesterday. Cyril?
Al Jazeera's Mohammed Jamjoom reporting there from occupied East Jerusalem. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Israeli forces have killed at least 9 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank after conducting raids across several cities. One of the most extensive raids took place inside the Nur Shams refugee camp. Nida Ibrahim reports from Ramallah.
It's dangerous for Palestinians to move inside this refugee camp. Placed under Israeli curfew since Thursday morning, counting the dead is difficult. An Israeli drone targeted a group of Palestinians at Nur Shams near Tulkarm. Israelis say they're fighters. Palestinians say among the killed are teens. Turning homes into military posts, destroying roads, cutting water and electricity, little signs the raid will end soon. This video was filmed in the first hours of the raid. 16-year-old Taha Hamid has been shot. His father tries to help him. He too was shot. The father was rescued. The son bled to death. The Red Crescent told Al Jazeera it took them more than 90 minutes to get to Taha. It was already too late.
They're making our job harder. We still can't get into the injured people inside the camp, including children.
Nur Shams refugee camp houses dozens of Palestinian fighters and is regularly targeted by Israeli forces searching for armed groups. Israeli forces exchanged fire with fighters, injuring some Israeli soldiers. But the majority of Palestinians are unarmed.
The refugee camp has been undergoing a tough campaign by the Israeli forces. For months now, they've been damaging the infrastructure, arresting people, raiding homes and destroying roads, which increases people's suffering.
On Thursday, 120 Palestinians were arrested in raids across the occupied West Bank, killing and injuring several others.
Palestinians here say they're united in grief with Gaza. 2 funeral processions are making their way through the streets of Ramallah. One is for a 21-year-old Palestinian who has been killed by an Israeli settler after attacking his village. The other is for a 32-year-old Palestinian who was killed in confrontations with Israeli forces.
Arrests too have soared since the beginning of this escalation. The Prisoner Society says Israeli forces have detained at least 850 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. People here say it's bringing back memories of the Second Intifada, when Israelis invaded the occupied West Bank in the early 2000s. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, Ramallah, the occupied West Bank.
Israeli airstrikes have targeted areas close to villages in southern Lebanon. Missiles were fired at Hezbollah positions near Kafr Shuba. Israel has evacuated towns along the border with Lebanon after repeated exchanges of fire. Zaina Khoda reports from southern Lebanon.
Israel's military says it's targeting Hezbollah positions across the border in Lebanon. It's facing a guerrilla war. The Iranian-backed Lebanese armed group has been attacking Israeli military positions along the border, as well as tanks using precision-guided missiles. The warring sides have been trading fire along what has been an active front line since Israel started to attack Gaza more than a week ago. Hezbollah joined the battle after a call by its ally Hamas, but it's very much limiting its response within the rules of engagement established since its last war with Israel in 2006. Israel says it doesn't want to be dragged into war on a second front, but it has threatened to respond forcefully if attacked.
To engage Hezbollah in a full-scale war, it's a very risky thing. It is not popular among the Lebanese population first, and it has to have a green light from the Iranian regime, because that might create a new dynamics in the Middle East altogether. So a decision of that scale, it has to be cleared by both the Iranian leadership and maybe the Syrians as well.
Hezbollah has said it's not neutral in the conflict. Its backer, Iran, has repeatedly warned of a war that would engulf the whole region if attacks against Gaza continue. But the so-called axis of resistance hasn't said what their red line is, except that Gaza will not fall. In other words, Hamas will not fall. A decision by Hezbollah to enter the war with its full military capabilities could depend on how long its ally can sustain Israeli attacks on its own. Iran and its allies across the region are now focusing their anger on the U.S. administration. They say it has given Israel free rein to carry out war crimes against the Palestinians. Since then, there have been reports of attacks on the U.S. military presence in Iraq and Syria.
And it exerts on Americans additional pressure to tell them that, if this war happens, it will not be in any way a conventional war. It will have no limits, no borders, and attacks on Israel and its backers can be from anywhere.
For the time being, there is heated rhetoric while all sides appear to be weighing the risks and benefits of confrontation. But what appears to be shaping up is a protracted cross-border war of attrition. Zaina Khoda, Al Jazeera, Southern Lebanon.
Al Jazeera's Ali Hashem has the latest from the Qura on Lebanon's Mediterranean coast near the border with Israel.
This is a flashpoint now. For the past 10 days, on a daily basis, there are attacks by Hezbollah and also the Palestinian factions on Israeli military posts across the 120 kilometers borders, from Naqoura here, where we are standing on the Mediterranean, to the occupied, as the Lebanese government regards, Shebaa Farms and Kfar Shuba on the Syrian and Israeli borders. These attacks, for example, today, there have been more than 5 attacks. There was an attack on the naval base here, it's dark now, but just behind me, and on the hills there are several other military posts that are mainly for communication, for interception. And Hezbollah seems to be keen not only on hitting tanks, but also on hitting the Israeli communication system on the border, hitting cameras, hitting interception apparatuses, and so on. So this situation is accumulating day after day. The tension, as we've been saying, is just escalating. But there's a main goal. The main goal is preventing a ground offensive in Gaza, or trying to create a reason for this ground offensive to be weaker than it should be.
Funerals have been held for those killed in an Israeli airstrike on Khan Yunis in southern Gaza on Wednesday. At least 9 people were killed, including 7 children, in the bombing of the al-Bakri family home. Children continue to face extraordinary threats, with more than 1,500 killed. People in the Philippines have condemned Israel's strike on the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital in Gaza. Crowds held a candlelight vigil in the capital, Manila. Demonstrations also took place in the cities of Quezon and Marawi. Protesters there marched in support of Palestine while denouncing Israel's killing of civilians in Gaza. And pro-Palestinian protests also happening in Paris. Live pictures right now from the French capital. You're looking at Place de la République. On Wednesday, the country's top court backed a government ruling that had banned such demonstrations. And that's going to do it for our program this hour. We will be back at the top of the hour with another full roundup of world news and our continuing coverage, of course, of the Israel-Gaza war. Next up on Al Jazeera Weather, then Inside Story. We'll continue our coverage of the war on Gaza. Do stay with Al Jazeera.
You're here, we're here, so let's go with your weather update for the Middle East and Africa. It is a quiet picture in the Middle East. Nice to see you, by the way. This is how it looks on Friday, but I want to put this several days out because we've got a cyclone starting to build up in the Arabian Sea. Now, by Monday, this is looking to make landfall in that southeast corner of Yemen, looking particularly bad. So please check back with us for the latest on that. Let's go back to the here and now. The forecast on Friday shows us another humid day for us here in Doha, but I think by Saturday it will turn less humid, so something to look forward to. Central Asia, fairly quiet, but we've got some energy coming off the Caspian Sea, showers in Tehran. It's also cooler in Baku in Azerbaijan at 15 degrees. That's below average for this time of the year. The rain has cleared away from Turkey, but a bit breezy through the Bosphorus, Istanbul at 21 degrees, and still dealing with that heat wave for northern Africa around Tunisia, northwest Libya. And we're also seeing this feed of hot, dry air from the Sahara, so that's going to spin around the sand and dust. So a hazy day to be sure on Friday. Usual showers and storms through Central Africa, and those temperatures have come crashing down in the Western Cape province. So Cape Town, best I can do for you on Friday, 21 degrees.
Coveted beyond wealth, taken without hesitation, fought and died for. Power defines our world.
We live here. We make the rules, not them.
They find an enemy and then they try and scare the people with that enemy.
People in Power investigates, exposes, and questions the use and abuse of power around the globe on Al Jazeera.
Palestinians in Gaza suffer a humanitarian catastrophe, bombed and besieged by Israel, with nothing allowed in and no way out. The UN is blocked on the ground and the Security Council is polarized and paralyzed by veto. What role can the UN play in Gaza? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. Human suffering on an epic scale. The view of the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres on the plight of 2.3 million Palestinians under Israeli bombardment in Gaza. In peacetime, cutting off supplies of food, water, medicine, electricity and fuel would be a disaster. In a time of war for a besieged enclave with thousands killed and injured in relentless attacks, it's a catastrophe. Heroic efforts by medical personnel, rescue crews and civilians continue, while Israel blocs desperately need humanitarian aid. For most Palestinians, the UN is a lifeline, the main source of supplies and the international witness to their suffering. UN staff have been killed in Israeli attacks and UN schools and clinics have been bombed. But in New York, the Security Council has failed to back motions that could have facilitated humanitarian relief. So what can the UN do to help Palestinians? What challenges does the global body face in this war? We're discussing all of this in a moment with our panel of guests. But first, the Palestinian journalist Hani Abu Asheba tells us what life is like in Gaza today.
Ongoing mass bombardment, or better known by experts as carpet bombing, has turned major parts of the Gaza Strip into a pile of rubble. In a statement made by the Ministry of Health, the airstrikes have almost claimed the life of 3,478 Palestinians' lives. 70% of those who have been killed by the airstrikes are children and women. There are also 12,000 Palestinians who have been critically injured. With number trapping under the rubble, the expected numbers of Palestinian victims is expected to rise to 6,000, making it closer to the victims of the Srebrenica massacre. Complete siege on the Gaza Strip with serious shortage of fuel and medical supplies has pushed hospitals and medical centers on the brink of collapse. We have hospitals so far that are running out of services, adding only pressures to other hospitals who are already running beyond their capacities.
So let's bring in our panel of guests to discuss all of this. In Geneva, Mukesh Kapila, a professor at the University of Manchester in the UK and a former UN humanitarian coordinator. In Alexandria, in the US state of Virginia, is Youssef Munea, the head of the Palestine and Israel program at the Arab Center, Washington, D.C. And in London, we have Chris Gunnis. He's a former UN Relief and Works Agency spokesperson, but he doesn't work for them anymore. He's speaking to us in an independent capacity. Let me start with you, Chris, because we've already had 4 Gaza wars before, and you were there speaking on behalf of the UN from Jerusalem about the situation in Gaza. When you see what has happened this time, the fact the death toll has far exceeded the death toll in 2014, are you surprised in any way how bad things are?
I'm not surprised because the blockade has continued. I am surprised by the sheer loss of life and the lack of hope. Looking forward, what I'm hoping is that the UN will be allowed to take trucks in. UNRWA, before this conflict, was taking in 500 trucks a day. So, that's the level we've got it up to. 1.1 million people in Gaza are dependent on UNRWA for food. So apart from getting in 500 trucks a day, there's got to be a ceasefire for that. Already 13 UNRWA workers have been killed. Already 13 schools have been hit. Now we hear the latest report from UNRWA, 500,000 people in UNRWA schools. Health clinics have been hit as well. So we need a proper ceasefire. And we need to look at the UNRWA buildings. UNRWA has 11 food distribution centers across the Gaza Strip. If they're going to get in huge amounts of food, obviously those warehouses, there may be structural damage after this intense Israeli bombardment. And there's got to be a ceasefire so that people can come and collect the food. So a massive logistical and I dare say political operation in order to get this ceasefire going. So a huge amount of work. I believe that UNRWA, 13,000 of my former colleagues are there. They've stood by the people of Gaza in their most desperate hour of need in the last 4 wars. They will continue to do that. But make no mistake, UNRWA is on its knees. Financially also, they've put out a flash appeal for 100 million. Well, that has got to be met because we've got to get food, we've got to get water. And by the way, fuel. Israel's not yet said it will allow fuel in. Well, there's no point getting water. I mean, it's got at the pumping station, the desalination plant, that's got to work. So we need security. We need a huge amount of trucks, 500 a day, to go in through Rafah. Rafah was bombed recently. It's a very small, one road in one direction, one road in the other. So there is a huge amount of work, financial for UNRWA, logistical to get the Rafah crossing functional, and also security. There's got to be a ceasefire so that this massive humanitarian need can be met.
Mukesh, we know that there's been work going on trying to arrange some sort of aid going into Gaza for well over a week now. And finally, President Biden, it seemed, got some progress. But as Chris said, hundreds of trucks before the war used to go into Gaza. And initially, the deal is just for 20 trucks. You were a former humanitarian coordinator for the UN and resident coordinator in Sudan. How on earth, if you were in the job now in Gaza, how on earth would you prioritise what to send if you've only got 20 trucks?
Well, I think the 20 trucks, I hope, are just symbolic to test the route and to build confidence. And I hope from 20 it'll grow to 2,000 or even more. Having said that, I think there has to be prioritization. Obviously, food and water and healthcare dominates as elsewhere. But at the same time, as I think just been said, it is not just to send in relief trucks. There has to be enough peace, enough truce, so that people can get it and can actually benefit from it. And so the idea that you can carry on fighting and then try to mitigate some of the suffering by sending in a few trucks here and there, and then hoping that people will somehow get some relief, is, I think, a very flawed prospect. And in fact, I can imagine some serious security and logistic issues happening ahead, and even costing lives if there isn't a deconflicting of relief provision and relief uptake, and of course the ongoing bombing and fighting.
Yusuf, what we're hearing, though, from the Israeli military is, yes, Netanyahu is letting some aid in, but there's no suggestion that they're stopping their military operation. The bombardment has been continuing, including around Rafah in recent hours, and there's no suggestion that they're not going to go to the next stage, the ground offensive.
That's unfortunately absolutely correct. The level of horrific violence that we are seeing unleashed now on Gaza, everything that we're hearing from folks on the ground, who, by the way, have lived through far too many wars, are saying that this is worse than anything that they've ever experienced in terms of the sheer level of destruction and cost to human life. Of course, humanitarian aid is important. The aid workers who are working on the ground despite this are doing heroic things. But the reality is that humanitarian aid is not going to do a whole lot for people who don't live to receive it, even the little that does trickle in. And so an urgent push needs to be made in this moment to bring a stop to the bombing, for an immediate ceasefire, not just so that the conditions can exist to allow humanitarian aid to come in, but because the most urgent concern now is saving lives that do not need to be lost. And we have seen far too many of them lost already.
If I can come back to you, Chris.
On what's just been said, James.
Yeah.
If I may, Palestinians do not want to be on aid. They want to live decent, independent lives. So building on what has just been said, of course, all those things must happen, but we need to make sure that ultimately the blockade is lifted so that the constant conversation is about what's being allowed into Gaza, bread, right, all these. We need to look at what's coming out of Gaza. Palestinians are entrepreneurial, they're educated, they're motivated, they're brilliant people. Gaza could be the Singapore of the Middle East if it was allowed to be. So as well as a discussion about letting food and other materials in, there has to be also at the same time some kind of discussion about what is allowed out. Gaza is a hugely productive society. There was agricultural produce, there was garment industry, there's a food industry, drinks, there's all sorts of stuff. And in order for Gaza to be put back on its feet, there must be a proper conversation about what is let out. And that's very important. Even at this stage, those conversations should start.
If I can stay with you, Chris, for a moment, if you can help our viewers, just a little bit more detail on, you know the geography, you know the logistics, you know the Rafah border crossing. Just tell us a little bit more about the Rafah border crossing and Al Arish, which is the airport about 45 kilometres away, where apparently there's now, that they've got a great deal of humanitarian assistance that's been flown in. I'm told an estimated 3,000 tonnes is there. How difficult will it be getting that in through the choke point of Rafah and then distributing it?
Well, I've been through the Rafah crossing with Desmond Tutu, as it happens, on his mission many years ago, and it's a single lane road in one direction, at least it used to be, coming out, and a single lane going north, going into Gaza, and it was bombed by the Israelis. So it very, very rapidly has got to be repaired. Al Arish is nearby, and you can get from Al Arish to Rafah very, very quickly. But can I say also, James, that when we had from the Israelis many years ago this security narrative that if we let stuff in or we let stuff out, there's going to be weapons and bombs, the European Union and others built the Kerem Shalom crossing point. It is a huge industrial scale transshipment point of the sort you get in at a